Group's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, remains unclear. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has cut short his visit to New York to return to Israel. Well, in the early hours of this morning, more strikes on Beirut. Israel's military say their strikes are on strategic terror targets belonging to Hezbollah, including weapons production facilities and key command centres. Well, in a moment, we'll get more on Hassan Nasrallah, Israel's intended target. But first, our international correspondent John Sparks reports on the attack on Hezbollah's headquarters.
If there was a lingering suggestion of a ceasefire in Lebanon, it was destroyed in a series of deafening explosions in Beirut. The Israeli Defense Force deploying overwhelming firepower in the city's southern suburbs. Clouds of smoke and dust saturating the sky. The target was Hezbollah's Central Command headquarters. Israel said it was embedded under residential buildings in a district called Dahia. The result, in the words of a Lebanese minister, was complete decimation. The destruction of 4 to 6 apartment blocks. And in images broadcast from the scene, we see slabs of concrete and gaping craters, and local residents searching for friends and loved ones in the dark. The number of casualties is expected to be high. It is one of the most densely populated parts of Beirut.
We are 100 meters, maybe less, from the blast site. We've seen ambulances screaming up and down this road, heavy machinery as well, big diggers going in to move the rubble. And we have seen pictures of twisted metal, rubble, the product of large Israeli munitions, 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs.
This is the 5th attack on this suburb in the past week, with Israeli media claiming that Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, was the target. Lebanese sources later reported he was unharmed, although Hezbollah itself has said nothing. Israel has defended its operation.
After almost a year of Israel warning the world and telling them that Hezbollah must be stopped, Israel is doing what every sovereign state in the world would do if they had a terror organization that seeks their destruction on their border, taking the necessary action to protect our people so that Israeli families can leave their homes safely and securely.
At the UN General Assembly, the sight of Israel's prime minister was too much for some, yet he brought his own supporters to hear a defiant set piece. The campaign against Hezbollah would continue.
Israel's soldiers have fought back with incredible courage and with heroic sacrifice. And I have another message for this assembly and for the world outside this hall. We are winning!
Netanyahu made no mention of negotiation. Israel's wars in Gaza and Lebanon will continue.
We will fight until we achieve victory, total victory. There is no substitute for it. Israel must also defeat Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Shortly after he finished speaking, the strikes began, his office releasing this picture of the Prime Minister authorizing the attack. These blasts have unnerved the city. They are the biggest since the conflict began. And with the fate of Hezbollah's leader unknown, fear builds throughout the region. John Sparks, Sky News, Beirut.
So who is Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah's elusive leader and Israel's reported target? Well, Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah became leader of the Shia militant group Hezbollah in 1992, aged just 32, after his predecessor was assassinated in an Israeli helicopter strike. Nasrallah has not been seen in public for years over assassination attempt fears. Instead, he's mostly seen in stage-managed live streams to his followers. With the support of Iran, he has transformed Hezbollah into the most powerful paramilitary group in the Middle East and a leading political force in Lebanon. Under Nasrallah's leadership, Hezbollah has helped train Hamas fighters as well as militias in Iraq and Yemen. He's also been able to secure missiles and rockets from Iran for use against Israel. Well, let's cross now live to Tel Aviv. We can speak to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes. Morning to you, Deborah. So Israel says that it's targeted Hezbollah's headquarters in its latest strikes, although it's not clear what Hassan Nasrallah's status is as at present. What impact, though, do you think these latest attacks will have had on Hezbollah as a group?
I mean, the Israeli military, since the beginning of last week when they launched, well, it's not been publicly avowed, but those exploding pagers and walkie-talkies that were targeting members of Hezbollah in a very unconventional form of warfare was then followed up by the biggest round of airstrikes since the 2006 Lebanon war, and it seems it really does reveal the extent of the intelligence that Israel has managed to gather on Hezbollah, which points to serious infiltration of the group, the fact that they have been able to pinpoint senior commanders in their strikes and also the locations of weapon sites. The hit last night with huge force. It's the biggest, it seems, the biggest airstrike that's been carried out so far. Reportedly, as you were saying, targeting Hassan Nasrallah really does underline the confidence that the Israeli military must have had in the information that they were receiving in order to carry out a strike that they will have known would have crossed many red lines, not just for Hezbollah, but also for its chief backer, Iran, and they wouldn't have taken that risk without a certain degree of confidence in the target that they were hitting. So it's going to be very, very key to hear what Hezbollah says officially about the strike and the fate of its leader. And in terms of the impact, whether or not Nasrallah has been killed or injured, clearly Hezbollah at the moment is a group that is in huge disarray following over a week now of punishing strikes. Yet it is the largest paramilitary group in the region. It does have a deep arsenal of weapons. It does have the ability to inflict serious harm upon Israel should it decide to go all in with its weaponry, something that hasn't happened yet. And Israel has been calculating that neither Hezbollah nor Iran want to have a direct war with Israel. But as these red lines are crossed, so too does the potential for that to happen. And just to give you a sense of the Israeli operations as they continue into today, the Israeli military have just released a statement about 20 minutes or so ago, saying that their air force have for the previous 2 hours been conducting what they describe as extensive strikes across Lebanon against dozens of Hezbollah targets. The military has also just announced the mobilization of 3 reserve battalions, which is smaller than a brigade, but to bolster the defences in central Israel, which is an interesting development and maybe points to a concern that places like this city, Tel Aviv, might increasingly become a target if Hezbollah and Iran decide to ramp up their responses to Israel's offensives.
OK, well, Deborah, we appreciate that. Thanks very much indeed. Well, in the meantime, our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, has got the latest on the ground in Beirut.
Well, it was a very rocky night for everyone in Beirut, but not just Beirut, not just the capital. Huge strikes, massive strikes down in Tyre, where we'd just come from a few hours earlier. Lots of buildings being hit down there, including a hotel where a lot of the foreign media were staying. But the streets of Beirut this morning are packed with people who have fled Dahir, one of the main sites of the attacks, which kept on going until very early morning today. I mean, you can see people have been sleeping on pavements, in their cars. We've spoken to this particular family who came all the way on their truck. They were only about, I would say, a couple of kilometres from Dahir. There's a family of 40 grandchildren, children, a lot of children who came, 31 children or so who came on that truck. We've been speaking to all the way down this front. The Corniche is basically packed with displaced people. I think the implications of what's happened overnight are going to be reverberating throughout Lebanon for days, weeks. We're talking about a man who is the absolute head of Hezbollah, the strongest, most powerful non-state fighting actor in the region aside from Iran. The economy minister, the Lebanese economy minister, has told Sky News he thinks all red lines have been crossed, that this is a full-blown war, full-blown attack on Lebanon by the Israelis.
Alex Crawford reporting there. Now here, tuition fees could be going up in plans to help struggling universities, although students aren't being forgotten either. So this is first reported in the Times newspaper, this suggestion that tuition fees could be going up. Certainly universities have been calling for higher tuition fees. They say they've been struggling with their budgets. But the suggestion is that there could be grants to help students manage their finances better as well. But let's find out whether or not anything's been confirmed. Our political correspondent Rob Powell joins us now. So Rob, tell us more about
طيب ليك اسحب الكابل اللي عندك فيكو هونيك فيكو تروحوا هونيك صوتك مش مسترجعين ندخل من هون لانه اذا رجعنا ما بنلاقي مطرح حبيبي بس هيدا مستشفى السياحي مش على المدخل على الفروع على الأنطونية مش تطلع فيها على عبده هونيك لا يصاب شيء 500,000 2000 مليون وجود محله ممكن يتصرف ايه عرفت تروح العاصمة بحاول فتش شيء حراك سياسي ما في هي طالعة كان بيطلعوا بدنا البترول بالبحر ما بدوش رزيرة صنعاء معك سيارة هناك تكونوا مجلة تلفزيون عنا تكونوا مجلة عنا والله معلومات عن والله ليش ما بيعجبني ولا شو حكيت عليه بيعطوكي بروح بشوفه بيجي
ايه وبعدين رح نجهز انه نروح على
مش ضربين راح ننزل انا محتاج في شيء معمل فريش في واحد معمل يخفض البنزين هذا النقطة لك الكوفيدي بعد عن الو ايه برافو
انا متاخر اكل الصبح بالليل هلا عم دقني بشتغل وياه قالت لي شو بعمل؟ قلت لها اطلعي على بشمال، طلعت على بشمال نزلت تحت البيت صوت فوت لعندي بنتي الكبيرة عم دورت على قدر طالعة طلع لأنه مدهوش فوق هلا عم يدقني واحد قالوا من اول الحرب اول شيء 3 شهور عم يدقني واحد يقول لي الله يخليك يقول لي بيت لاجل فاكر حاله انه قبضاي حسن الحمد طالع جامعه معه موتوسيكل معه سياره معه انا مش عارفين يدلك حالي بس اللي انت عن نفسك على الزاويه بيجي عندك عقبه الشارع عرفت الجول بتطلع بعبد لا يعطوني اللي تحت ولا اللي فوق؟ معهد الأنطوني مش الجامعة تحت ومعهد فوق
شباب الهيئة يعني حوالينا
المعهد او حشلك لا حشلك لا شجر بدها حش لحالي هي هنيك قصفت هنيك طلعت على بشموس
كمان قصفوا هنيك شوي
لا الصوت يفوت على الباب لانه هذا
شباك الصوت عم ينزل على الشبكة
الو
طيارة عادية مدنية هذيك طلعت هذيك شايفتيها؟ الخطة البيضاء؟
Okay. Tomorrow or no. No sabes. No problem. Saadi. This place is airport? No, airport. 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 What is this? What is it? We are rushing to. Wow. Me acaba de decir que va a haber una gira. No, no nos está tomando el pelo. Porque mira dónde está todo el mundo. Тут смотри, видишь, вот там вперед. Вон. 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 Ну, то есть вот эти. Ну, в общем, давай точку делаем стандартно. Вот здесь сбоку точечку. Немножко тоже не попал. Вторая там. Третий аэропорт. Аэропорт. С камерой? Нет, стендап с телефона. Давай, что, стендап или с камерой? Спроси, что происходит. Только не задерживай. Только не теряй. Сейчас. Разбил.
صباح الخير هون الفيديوهات والتصويرات إذا بتقدر تبعث لي لو سمحت as a file to respond to the image that I sent you رقم 14 خبرني شو في عندك بالتنظيم لو سمحت
Because we need to fight.
Блять, я ничего не записал, подожди. Мне что-то, блядь. Да нет, у меня с этой, с карты какая-то хуйня. Давай, все, на стендап работаем, уезжаем. Это все есть, как слышишь, я что говорю? Миша. Сука, пишет ошибка. Давай, Миша, все. Задерживаться не надо. Я снял телефон. Ты снимешь телефон. Аэропорт. Что, какой первый стендап? Удобный, какой? Первый. Вот это, да? Собака. Вот жена снимет как раз Бейрутский аэропорт. Сейчас, судя по всему, он не работает, хотя вот один самолет все-таки по дороге сюда видно. Ну, какая сейчас эта ситуация непонятна, но вот какого-то оживления там не видно. I'm sorry, it's live? Yes? Live. Oh.
But it's fine.
Да, без звука это нормально.
А это так нехорошо, да?
Что ты делаешь? Пожалуйста.
If you want to take a shot from here, you can. This is off for now.
Sí, voy a poner. عمي تقدر تصور شوف هالبناية بالوش هتصور لا والله عربي انجلش
انجلش
انا عربي
بدك ترجم لك؟ شو قل لي؟
بقول له اذا فيك يا تشوف وحده من هالبناية
ما بيقبلوا عندهم ما بيقبلوا
هو يا ريت شفت لك هالبناية اذا في اصحاب
ايه
كلهم حجارين
لا بعد البطارية عم تشحنها يا حسن.
شو اسمك؟ شرفنا. قاعد هون؟ قاعد هون قريب؟ عندك عالم غير بنايات ممكن هون يكونوا عندهم؟
لا هيكتني البنات قلت له بتعرفوا انه البناية العالمية قلت له هي اللي قالهم الحجارين رايحين قلبي ما في الا هالبناية
니 못 쓴다.
You want me to?
там возмущается. Бомбардировки длились очень длительное время, продолжается сейчас, днем и ночью. Точечные удары, но они в том числе сбивают, конечно, не здесь.
حتى معك سعيد
Не переживайте, нормально.
Ah, bueno, graba.
He's saying tell the guy not to go forward because this is not straight.
I said I've been meeting you since the Ministry of Information. Have you got close? Have you got close to anything since?
I didn't try.
Don't. You got stopped now on the edge of the car. They held us. Yes. You were in the car and the camera.
That's a lot of fun.
ما حدا بيعرف انه يمكن ما يصير شيء الحمد لله.
انا عملتها طيارات طائر
لا الموتوسيكل موتوسيكل هاي موتوسيكل صاروا 4 أيام 5 أيام كل شيء عالم بيلعب بالضغط المطار كل ما يضرب. الدخان اللي طلع هلا شوي
من هون؟ أي
طلع دخان هلا من هون
فهمت؟
قاعد بنايم
عن جد؟
انا مصور هون
بلا بس مش هلا مش نص ساعة
لا هلا من 10 دقايق شفتي وقت علينا بنايم احنا مصور
ولهون تقريبا لقبل لهون اتفقات هيدي ما تحدث هذا الطريق اللي بيطلع هذا الطريق اللي بيطلع
راح امبارح يمكن ضربوه او خلص
بس هن لانه جايين ببعض ايه شفت بعد في مستشفى تاني بدنا نروح بعد بدك تشوف شيء بالبداية
ما في ولا دومر قالوا في سان تريز
ايه في سان تريز وقع وين رمال؟ سان تريز رمال المفرق لجوا في سنترال جوا اذا بتنسي وعزاه وفرن لا هلا من لجوا لا
تضطر الفرق الدفاع المدني للانسحاب، لانه هذه النقطه كانت مهدده وكانت يعني عم تجي تحذيرات من قبل الاحتلال الاسرائيلي بضروره القيام باخلاءات بمختلف النقاط في الضاحيه الجنوبيه وفي شويفات و يعني في نقاط محدده في داخل الضاحيه الجنوبيه، وبالتالي هيدا الدخان اللي هو لا يزال يتصاعد هو نتيجه يعني احتراق بعض المواد اللي هي قد تكون موجوده داخل هذا المبنى وفي هذا المبنى، ويعني هو هذا الاحتراق هو يعني شيء طبيعي وليس اندلاع نيران يعني مثل ما هو مبين بالصوره من هون، يعني ما فينا نقول انه النيران هي لا تزال مشتعله، بس لكن هو هذا تفاعل بعض المواد اللي يعني اللي بعده عم يطلع هذا الدخان، مع الاشاره هون الى انه فرق الدفاع المدني هناك صعوبه على صعوبه في الدخول الى تلك النقطه، لانه الوضع هو لا يزال حساس ولا يزال دقيق، ويعني ما في وجهه واضحه لكيفيه تعاطي الاحتلال الاسرائيلي في اي لحظه مع منطقه الضاحيه الجنوبيه اللي هو يعني وضعها تحت التهديد المستمر منذ يعني خاصه في الاسبوعين الماضيين الاخيرين. في كمان ايضا على جنب هذه الطريق او هذه النقطه اللي كنا عم نشوفها كمان في نقاط اخرى يعني لجهه ترشيح تقريبا هي لا تزال ايضا تنبعث منها الدخان. هون بدنا نذكر انه يعني المتحدث باسم الجيش الاسرائيلي وحتى يعني الاحتلال الاسرائيلي كان اكد انه هو قام بضرب منشات تابعه لحزب الله او اماكن تابعه لحزب الله، وهذا ما يفسر استهداف اكثر من نقطه وبطريقه مركزه داخل الضاحيه الجنوبيه في نقاط عده. واضح انه الاستهداف هو مباشر على نقاط محدده، يعني لم تتم الإغارة على كل الضاحية كما حصل في 2006، وإنما تم تحديد نقاط معينة ورصد أهداف معينة في هذه المنطقة. طبعا يعني لدى هون نحن نذكر أنه كنا سبق وجلنا على الطريق من ميدان الشويفات، كان هناك أيضا أحد المعامل يقول الميدانيين اللي على الأرض أنه هو للمحارب، ولكن هذا قد سوي في الأرض بشكل كامل، هو عبارة عن طبقة واحدة فوق الأرض إضافة إلى طبقة ثانية تحت الأرض سوي بشكل كامل، وأيضا يعني كانت لا تزال تنبعث منه النيران حتى ساعات الصباح. هو الضربة وجهت على الساعة 2 فجرا، ولكن ظلت النيران مشتعلة لأنه أيضا يعني كان في استحالة لمتابعة أعمال الدفاع المدني في ظل التهديدات الإسرائيلية، وكان هناك طلبات بالإخلاء من قبل أيضا القيمين، لأنه يعني طبعا الأساس هو الحفاظ على سلامة فرق الدفاع المدني اللي يعني يطلب منا أنها تقوم بمواكبة كل عمليات الإنقاذ. يعني حتى هذه اللحظة ما في بعد معلومات من ناحية حارة تحريك وتحديدا يعني الاستهداف المجمع اللي هو على ما يبدو لدى مؤلف من 6 مباني. هيدا المجمع فيه كمان تؤكد المصادر المعنية انه هذا المجمع هو كمان في طبقات تحت الارض، منه بس يعني عبارة عن الطبقات الموجودة فوق الارض، وبالتالي كل هذا الركام الذي تسبب فيه الصواريخ الثقيلة الاسرائيلية وكل هذا الانهيار الكبير لأرض 6 مباني بالوقت نفسه، يعني هي مباني كمان متلاصقة وفي مساحة مكتظة. كل هذه العوامل إضافة إلى القيادة الإسرائيلية والغارات المكثفة التي يقول شهود عيان أنه هي فاقت 50 مرة في الضاحية الجنوبية، يعني كل هذه العوامل صعبت عمليات الإنقاذ ورفع الأنقاض وتحديد هوية الشهداء في هذا الاستهداف. ولكن يعني حتى هذه اللحظة بعد يعني منذ الصباح حتى هذه اللحظة لم تسجل غارات، يعني كان في غارة واحدة فقط سجلت صباحا، ولكن لم تسجل غارات على غرار ما حصل ليلة أمس اللي يعني يصف أبناء الضاحية الجنوبية بالمرعبة، لأنه كان في أشخاص محاصرين داخل منازلهم، كانوا موجودين داخل بيوتهم وما عم بيقدروا يغادروا هذه البيوت. يعني في أحد الزملاء اللي يسكن في الضاحية الجنوبية أحد الصحفيين يعني خبرنا أنه هو كان داخل منزله وكان عم يحاول أنه يخرج من هذا المنزل في حارة الحريق، ولكن كل ما كان عم يمضي هذه المحاولة كان عم يشوف أنه في وابل من الصواريخ
Mira bien, ¿qué pasa?
يعني لدى هيدي المعلومة بدنا نتأكد منها لأنه يعني كان إمكانية التجول صعبة شوي بهيدي المنطقة، يعني هناك محاذير معينة يصعب فيها التنقل في المنطقة، ولكن طبعا هيدي المعلومة نحن رح نكون عم نتابعها ونتأكد من المعنيين بخصوص هيدا الموضوع بطبيعة الحال، بس كمان بدنا نشير ندى إلى أنه يعني سكان هيدي المباني هن كانوا خرجوا منها، ويعني كنا شفنا على أكثر من نقطة على طول امتداد الطريق من الضاحية الجنوبية، طول امتداد طريق الضاحية والحدث في نازحين موجودين على كل هذه الطرقات. ندى؟ حلو.
And we start with breaking news this morning. We're going to cross live to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's in Tel Aviv for us this morning. So, Deborah, get us up to date with the latest that's happening.
Well, the Israel Defense Forces, the Israeli military, on their official Twitter account, have just released a tweet saying that Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, will no longer be able to terrorise the world. Now, we're waiting for more words from the Israeli military and also, of course, from Hezbollah itself. But this comes after that huge strike yesterday in Beirut, targeting Hassan Nasrallah. In the aftermath of that, there were claims that he had survived, but there had notably been no comment from Hezbollah itself, no word either from Nasrallah himself. And now this message on the Israel Defense Forces Twitter account, their official IDF X account, saying that Hassan Nasrallah will no longer be able to terrorise the world. Now, if that is confirmed to mean that he has been killed in this strike, then that would be an enormous development, a significant development, a game-changing development.
Well, indeed. And Deborah, as you say, this comes after strikes by the Israelis on targets in Beirut, both last night and overnight. Last night, they said that they were targeting the headquarters of Hezbollah, and it was believed that, indeed, the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, was their target. We have since had more strikes overnight in other areas of Beirut and Lebanon, and we will get more details on the effects of that as well later. But Deborah, just how significant would it be if Israel has indeed taken out the leader of Hezbollah?
It's impossible to overstate the significance of this. It is a huge moment. Hassan Nasrallah has been an arch foe of Israel for many decades, and since this escalated offensive by Israel against that group, there has been questions about whether or not they would try to take out the leader. Clearly, his name is synonymous with Hezbollah, and he has been the leader of the group for more than 30 years. So the elimination of him, as Israel would say, would deal a catastrophic blow to that organisation and also to Iran, the chief backer of Hezbollah. The Iranians now will be left with a huge decision about how to respond to such an act. Up until this moment, they've been restrained in blow upon blow that Israel has dealt upon Hezbollah and other allies to Iran, including Hamas. And yet the killing of Hassan Nasrallah would be a moment like no other in this conflict, and clearly Iran would need to respond. How it chooses to do that would be clearly what we don't know, but Israel would be hoping that its allies, were that to happen, would step in to help defend it.
And Deborah, just to let you know that we have just had a statement from the IDF, and let me just read this to our audience now. They have said in the last few moments, the IDF eliminated the so-called Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the terrorist organisation Hezbollah. IDF statement goes on. Yesterday, the IDF killed Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the terrorist organisation Hezbollah and one of its founders. The IDF also killed Ali Karaki, the commander of the Southern Front in the terrorist organisation Hezbollah, and a number of other Hezbollah leaders. Air Force planes with precise intelligence guidance from the Security Establishment's intelligence agency, they say, raided Hezbollah's central headquarters located underground under a residential building in the southern suburb area. The raid was carried out while the leadership of the War of God was inside the headquarters and was coordinating terrorist activities against the citizens of Israel. And just to continue with this statement from the IDF, they go on to say, during his 32 years as leader of the terrorist organisation Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah was responsible for the killing of a large number of Israeli citizens and IDF soldiers, in addition to planning and executing thousands of terrorist acts against the state of Israel and around the world. And the IDF say that Nasrallah was the main decision maker in the organisation and had a sole and final say on every strategic decision Hezbollah made, and sometimes on tactical decisions as well. Just to continue, it's a fairly long statement, but we are near the end now. IDF says on October the 8th, the terrorist organisation Hezbollah and its leader Hassan Nasrallah joined the war against the state of Israel. Since then, Hezbollah has continued its attacks against the citizens of Israel and dragged the state of Lebanon and the region into escalation. The IDF will continue to target anyone who promotes and engages in terrorist acts and the citizens of the state of Israel. So that is the IDF's statement in the last few minutes, Deborah, where they say they have eliminated, as they put it, the so-called Hassan Nasrallah, leader of Hezbollah.
Yes, and we await a comment from Hezbollah itself, but this happens exactly a week after Hassan Nasrallah himself appeared in a video responding to those catastrophic pager and walkie-talkie explosive attacks that Israel launched covertly against that organisation that really preempted the past 10 days of this unprecedented escalation against Hezbollah, leading to his then elimination, according to the Israeli military. I could just say that the chief of the general staff, so the head of Israel's military, has also just released a statement in relation to this, and he says that after the elimination, in his words, of Nasrallah, quote, "This is not the end of our toolbox. The message is simple. Anyone who threatens the citizens of Israel, we will know how to reach them." This is a country that almost a year on now, exactly, from the October the 7th atrocities unleashed by Hamas, another Iranian-backed militant group that wants the destruction of Israel as its goal, launched its attack into Israel. Almost exactly a year later, here we are with the Israeli military having unleashed this deadly strike against Hezbollah and targeting its chief, its leader, and now declaring that Hassan Nasrallah is dead. It's an absolutely extraordinary, unprecedented turn of events, and the region will be holding its breath for what happens next.
Indeed, and we'll explore those possibilities in a moment, Deborah. But let's just remind our viewers who Hassan Nasrallah is. Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah became leader of the Shia militant group Hezbollah in 1992, aged just 32, after his predecessor was assassinated in an Israeli helicopter strike. Nasrallah has not been seen in public for years over assassination attempt fears. Instead, he was mostly seen in stage-managed live streams to his followers. With the support of Iran, he's transformed Hezbollah into the most powerful paramilitary group in the Middle East and a leading political force in Lebanon. Under Nasrallah's leadership, Hezbollah has helped train Hamas fighters as well as militias in Iraq and Yemen. He's also been able to secure missiles and rockets from Iran for use against Israel. And Deborah, you were just saying that the big question now is what happens next. I mean, what kind of response would you expect from Hezbollah and from Iran, of course?
I mean, the organisation right now will be in absolute disarray. They've just lost, if it's confirmed by Hezbollah, which has been notably silent on the fate of its leader ever since that strike yesterday evening. So you would imagine that they would not want to launch an immediate retaliation, instead mourn the loss of their leader and then work out what to do next. It's interesting maybe to think about a comparison to when the Americans, when Donald Trump was president, launched that assassination, that killing of Qasem Soleimani, the leader of the Iranian Quds Force, the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Force. He was an arch enemy of the United States. He was blamed for leading Iranian-backed militias launching strikes against American forces in Iraq, also in Syria. They took him out in a drone attack in Baghdad a few years ago, and that was another moment of maximum peril for the region in how Iran would respond and whether they would want to go directly to war with America. And at that time, the Iranian response, it took a few days. It was not immediate. They had that time of mourning, of remembering him before they launched ballistic missile strikes against American forces in Iraq. But that was a restrained response that didn't result in American deaths, which seemed to have been maybe deliberately calculated to prevent escalation into all-out war. This is a very different, a completely different scenario, but we are still talking about the killing of a figurehead, of a leader, of the biggest paramilitary group in the region, and his death, it's far more significant in that sense, and how the response comes, you would imagine, will be far more, far bigger, far greater. but I wouldn't imagine it would be immediate. Instead, you would think that would be maybe at least a few days to collect thoughts and work out how best to respond. And also it's important to note that Israel has, throughout this escalation, and this is not something that's just been dreamt up overnight. This has been an operation that has been in the planning for a long time in terms of the way that Israel has conducted itself over the last few days with clearly deliberately planned strikes, taking out systematically senior commanders in Hezbollah, leading right up to the leader. And it happened at a time when Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, was in New York, maybe as it's been reported, as a diversion, maybe to make Hezbollah kind of breathe a sigh of relief, its leader breathe a sigh of relief that the Israeli Prime Minister was away. Maybe they could relax a little bit and be caught off guard like that. I mean, that's just me speculating. But in terms of the Israeli response, the Israeli actions and the calculations that would have underpinned how Israel, which has seemed exceedingly confident in the way that it has been conducting this escalating offensive against Hezbollah, it seems to be counting on the belief that a coalition that rounded around Israel to protect it from Iran back in April will be by Israel's side this time, given that Israel has now acted to take out the leader of an organisation that in the US and in the UK, Hezbollah, its military wing, is regarded as a terrorist organisation. Its group has launched strikes against American, British interests as well. So there certainly won't be mourning of his death in those capitals, and Israel will be hoping that there will be a coalition that will unite around Israel to defend it from whatever retaliation will be coming.
OK, Deborah, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. So let's get more on this breaking news that Israel's military is saying that the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has been killed in an airstrike on Beirut. The IDF has put out a statement just in the last few minutes in which they say the IDF announces that yesterday, September the 27th, 2024, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF, together with Ali Karki, the commander of Hezbollah's southern front, and additional Hezbollah commanders. Following precise intelligence from the IDF and Israeli security establishment, IAF fighter jets conducted a targeted strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation, which was located underground, embedded under a residential building in the area of Dahieh in Beirut. The strike was conducted while Hezbollah's senior chain of command were operating from the headquarters and advancing terrorist activities against the citizens of the State of Israel. So that statement in the last few minutes from Israel's defence forces. Well, let's cross live now to our international correspondent, John Sparks. So, John, no word yet from Hezbollah themselves?
Sorry, Anna, if you could repeat the question, please.
I was wondering if there'd been any word from Hezbollah yet.
Yeah, nothing. No, absolutely nothing from Hezbollah. I think the fact that the Israelis have come out with this, I mean, they have a good track record when they are confirming their targets in this sort of situation. Their intelligence likely to be very good. But we have heard absolutely nothing from Hezbollah so far. We also have seen very little reaction on the streets here in Beirut. We were very close to the bomb site last night, about 100 meters away. We weren't allowed to go any closer to that. All we could see were ambulances going in and out, heavy diggers, big heavy machinery going in, obviously to clear the rubble, that sort of thing. Water trucks to douse down the dust. Clearly, they were beginning a process of sifting through the rubble. I am assuming that there was very little information available at the time. I think that for members of Hezbollah, this will be very difficult to take in, very difficult to process. If it is confirmed by Hezbollah, then I would expect to see significant anger on the streets in Beirut. I think important to say, however, that in a way Hassan Nasrallah predicted his own death. You know, he made a speech after the death of a commander called Fuad Shakur at the end of July, where he said that assassinations are par for the course for leaders in Hezbollah. It happens. And there's a reason that he was saying that. That is because a lot of people, a lot of members of Hezbollah, they lose their children in the war, in the fighting with Israel. So in a way, he was saying that to console other people who were losing members of their family, but it also stands for him. Assassinations are par for the course. You know, he replaced a former leader who was assassinated. His predecessor, Abbas al-Musawi, he'd only been in the job as the leader of Hezbollah for a year. He then came in 1992. He has survived multiple assassination attempts, but he knew that he was living on borrowed time. He knew that he was a target for assassination, and it does seem now that the Israelis have done exactly that.
And stand by, John, because I'm going to bring in Alistair Bunkle, who's joining us live from Haifa. Alistair, good morning to you. Let us know what you make of this breaking news.
Well, I heard some of what John had to say, so apologies if I repeat any of it, but I thought it was quite notable that we didn't hear much from Hezbollah overnight. You had a very quick statement from Hezbollah officials minutes after the strike yesterday saying that Nasrallah was safe, and then pretty much complete silence. There were reports last night that none of Hezbollah's central leadership was contactable. And there were a few other things as well that seemed to be significant to me. The Iranian Supreme Leader calling an emergency meeting of the Iranian Security Council, summoning them to his home, his compound on the outskirts of Tehran. And the IDF, when I spoke to them late last night, they weren't going to commit one way or the other, but privately they felt that they had got their target, they'd got their man. And it now transpires, according to the evidence, the intelligence they've managed to be able to gather, that they believe they have. Now, we are yet, as John said, to hear from Hezbollah themselves. But the Israelis would have done what they call BDA, which is battle damage assessment. And you do that in many different ways. I mean, that could be surveillance flights overhead, over the target area. That could be human intelligence, which I suspect has played a part in this, as it has done in previous attacks over recent days. It could be signals intelligence. All manner of things have clearly led the IDF to be sure that they have got Hassan Nasrallah. And I must say, even though we haven't heard from Hezbollah, the IDF is unequivocal in its statement.
And Alistair, to what extent will Israel be bracing for some kind of response from Hezbollah?
There's already been a fairly big response this morning. Okay, I don't think on the scale that we might possibly expect, but there's been a lot of sirens around this part of northern Israel over the course of the morning, covering huge swathes of the region. No injuries, no major damage from what we gather. Most of the missiles sent by Hezbollah have been intercepted. But I think now Hezbollah, but in particularly Iran, their wealthy backers, are at a crossroads. What to do next? Do they avenge the death of Nasrallah with an all-out onslaught on Israel? Do they go for broke, if you like, and use that massive arsenal of missiles that we understand they have? Or do they change course entirely? It is a difficult position for Iran. They haven't entirely seen eye to eye with Nasrallah over recent weeks, but he wasn't just a key figure in their largest proxy group. He was close to the supreme leader as well. He was trusted in the advice that he gave. He had shaped Hezbollah in his very image since he took over in 1992. Just another word on that in a second. And so Iran could decide that Israel has had such a successful couple of weeks. Israel has such momentum behind them. It might be better on this occasion, pull back, lick your wounds, and save this proxy to rebuild and fight another day. And just going back to what I said about when Nasrallah took over in 1992, that was the assassination of the previous Hezbollah leader, al-Massawi. And one, it shows that groups like Hezbollah can regenerate pretty rapidly. Leaders can be replaced, as Ali Larijani, the senior Iranian figure, hinted at last night. But secondly, from an Israeli perspective, don't always assume that if you kill the leader in place right now, it's going to be replaced by someone better. Often, as was the case when Nasrallah replaced al-Massawi, it is replaced by someone more dedicated to the cause, more committed, in this case, to the elimination of Israel.
OK, Alistair, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. So let's get more on this breaking news that Israel's military is saying that the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, has been killed in a strike on Beirut. Just a reminder of the statement that the IDF has put out in the last few minutes. They have said the IDF announces that yesterday, September the 27th, 2024, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF, together with Ali Karki, the commander of Hezbollah's southern front, and additional Hezbollah commanders. They go on to say, following precise intelligence from the IDF and Israeli security establishment, IAF fighter jets conducted a targeted strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation, which was located underground, embedded under a residential building in the area of Dahieh in Beirut. The strike was conducted while Hezbollah's senior chain of command were operating from the headquarters and advancing terrorist activities against the citizens of the State of Israel. Well, let's cross live now to our special correspondent who is in Beirut on the outskirts of Dahieh, where that strike took place. So, Alex, your reaction to this breaking news?
I mean, this has long been suspected overnight when we didn't hear any particular confirmation or denial of Hassan Nasrallah's death. And the longer it went on, the more it seemed that this was a possible likelihood. The Hezbollah group appears to be in some disarray. There was a huge amount of tension last night and overnight from amongst Hezbollah supporters, loyalists. The area of Dahieh is known to be a big stronghold of the militant group. It does have offices there. There are clearly a lot of loyalist supporters, and their top command appears to meet there regularly, as we've seen from the targeted assassinations over the past few weeks or so. But it is also a densely, very heavily populated residential area with a big Christian group that live there, and it's usually very, very populated. It's packed full of families and civilians, as well as those who are part of the Hezbollah high command. We're actually just on the edge of Dahieh, the area going into where the site has, the area where the bombing took place is being very tightly controlled by the Hezbollah group right now. So it's very hard to get anywhere close there, although one of the Sky producers is there and talks about how it feels like it's a ghost town, that area. It's emptied of people. There are still a lot of emergency workers, as you probably saw just a few moments ago, who are moving around the city. We're seeing a very large group of people who have been displaced from Dahieh or from nearby, because the bombing went on through the night and in the early hours of the morning. They're sleeping on pavements, they're sleeping on the beaches, whole families have been packed into the back of trucks, on motorbikes, walking. Many of them are Syrian refugees who have been displaced in previous wars. One mother I spoke to with 3 children had been in Lebanon trying to seek sanctuary for 11 years. She moved twice overnight with her children to try and reach safety. So the city is weirdly on red alert, if you like. The Lebanese economy minister told Yalda Hakim overnight how he felt that this was an all-out war on Lebanon. We're hearing of airstrikes much further south in Tyre, where we came from last night, as well as Mount Lebanon, which is about 60 kilometres away from north of the southern front line, and where a lot of displaced people had run to from the previous few days. So there is very definitely a feeling, despite what the Israeli forces are saying, that they are targeting specific Hezbollah military infrastructure, political infrastructure, leadership and command centres. There is very much a feeling of fear in the capital city and way beyond that the Lebanese people as a whole are also, if not the intention, they are definitely feeling under attack. Hezbollah military and political command, Hassan Nasrallah holds a very special status within the militant group. He is revered as a founder. He's been leader for more than 3 decades. We've been to a number of their rallies, their funerals, listened to his speeches. He himself has made it very clear through his speeches and in his rallies that everyone is replaceable, including himself. He made it clear, and has made it clear many times before, that no one was indispensable. However, actually taking out the head of this militant group will have reverberations, not just in Lebanon. It'll be seen massively amongst the militant group as a huge provocation, a raising of the temperature to a height that they obviously did not realise or feel was possible just a few days ago. And it will have reverberations further afield in Iran. Iran being Hezbollah's biggest backer. It's stood by Hezbollah over many decades. It's helped fund and support them financially, militarily, everything. So the idea that you take out one of Iran's top conduits, its top allies, and the head of the group, which they saw as the buffer between Israel and Iran, is going to have serious consequences, I think, which will go on for many days, weeks, much longer than that. I think on the ground here, today is going to be a very, very uncertain, anxious time, probably for weeks to come. We've been seeing that airplanes have been leaving. The Middle East Airlines is still operating. They have put on more flights. We understand from the Civil Aviation Authority here that they have received specific warnings from what they believe to be an Israeli warning, an Israeli message, warning them about certain planes that are coming in. The Israeli forces have made clear to them and to the Lebanese authorities that if they believe that any plane is flying in with supply weapons or anything that could be suggested or perceived as a military backup, then they will be seen as a target. And that will, again, send really anxious chills through not just the Lebanese political hierarchy, not just the Hezbollah infrastructure and the military and political group that is very powerful here, but also to all the civilians, many of whom are now running away from their homes. We've seen displacement just in the capital over the last couple of days, never mind across the whole of the country, where tens of thousands have upped and been forced out of their homes.
Yeah. Information from them as present. And clearly questions for Hezbollah, the group, in the days ahead, but also, as you say, potential reverberations further afield. All eyes now on Iran and its next move.
Yeah, I think what happens next will be absolutely pivotal, and I think the Hezbollah group will be expecting and certainly hoping that they will get some sort of support from their very powerful Iranian backers. Iran has stood solidly by them. They helped create them. They have been very thick, strong allies over 3 decades, and Hezbollah has grown as a result, initially from this support, both financially, intelligence-wise, weapons-wise, everything-wise, with the help of Iran. But now Hezbollah, by itself, has grown into a very, very powerful force. It's more powerful than the Lebanese army. It's boasted in the past, Hassan Nasrallah, of having more than 100,000 fighters. So we don't know that for certain, but there is very definitely, do not underestimate the amount of support it's got. Even if it hasn't got actual fighters, it does have a large body of loyalists and supporters who are fanatical. Now, I have to emphasise before we let you go that there is a lot of a big group of people. I was speaking to some of them overnight, not just MPs, but also a large group of the population who are very anti-Hezbollah. Not all of the population of Lebanon is pro-Hezbollah. That is very definitely not the case, and that's why the Israeli Prime Minister's speech yesterday to the UN was seen so negatively here, because he seemed to insinuate, his words were, in every house, in every kitchen, in every garage in Lebanon, there is a Hezbollah rocket or missile, and that is patently not true. And many of the Lebanese people here are seeing that as an incitement or a green light to Israeli forces to bomb anyone who's in Lebanon.
Hello and welcome to this live and continuous coverage of the breaking news from Beirut. I'm Yalda Hakim, and in the last half hour, the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, have announced that Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime leader of Hezbollah, was killed in the series of airstrikes on southern Beirut last night. We're reporting last night that a number of buildings were targeted in what was the largest strike here on the capital in the last week. And we have received confirmation in the last half hour that Hassan Nasrallah, the 64-year-old leader of Hezbollah, has been killed alongside one of his top commanders, Ali Karaki. Now let's just show you that statement from the IDF, which has come out in the last few minutes. They've said that the IDF announces that yesterday, September the 27th, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organization and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF, together, as I was saying, with Ali Karaki, the commander of Hezbollah's southern front, and additional Hezbollah commanders, following precise intelligence from the IDF and Israeli security establishment. The fighter jets conducted a targeted strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terrorist organization, which was located underground, embedded under a residential building in the area of Dahia in Beirut. And as we've been reporting, this is an area that has long been considered a Hezbollah stronghold. But as the IDF warned last night, and again in the statement, they believe that these headquarters were deeply embedded under residential areas. We don't have any more information about the death toll from that area, but it was a densely populated area, and confirmation from the IDF in the last half hour that Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime leader of Hezbollah, was killed in that strike. Let's bring in our John Sparks, who's with me now and was in Dahia last night. It was incredibly tense then, wasn't it, John? When you were out there, they were asking the press to leave. They asked you to leave. They were on high alert. There was an announcement from sources close to Hezbollah saying he's fine, he's safe. But there was speculation overnight that he'd been killed.
That's right, Yalda. There were media reports quoting Hezbollah sources saying that Hassan Nasrallah was unharmed. That appears to not be the case. Where we were, about 100 meters from part of the bomb site, we could see ambulances going in and out. There was heavy machinery, big diggers going in. It was pitch black. It was dark. Clearly, Hezbollah were making an assessment about the damage, starting to sift through the concrete, starting to sift through the rubble, and so were the Israelis. So was the Israeli military. They have a good track record on this when it comes to looking at or carrying out assessments of the actions that they have taken. They clearly believe they have compelling intelligence suggesting that Hassan Nasrallah was killed in their strike. What we know, according to the IDF, is that there was a complex, they called it the Central Command Center, underneath four residential buildings. They used what we believe were 2,000-pound bunker-busting bombs to get in there. Again, really important to say, this has not been confirmed by Hezbollah. The reaction from Hezbollah, and I think from its supporters, from its members, will be very interesting today. I think it will fill the whole gamut of emotions here: anger, shock, distress. Also important to say that Hezbollah is not Lebanon. Lebanon is not Hezbollah. There will be a range of emotions. I think people who are not supporters of Hezbollah will not be celebrating this. They will be worried what happens next. What are the implications for this? What will Hezbollah do in response to the killing, the alleged, well, what we think is the killing of Hassan Nasrallah? It is a very unstable moment.
It's a tense, a dangerous moment. And we're talking about tens of thousands of heavily armed men who are angry and leaderless at this point. I mean, while, you know, we hear from groups, Islamist groups, militant groups like Hezbollah, they often talk about preparing themselves for martyrdom. This is why they go into this line of work. He has been the leader of Hezbollah since 1992, when his predecessor was assassinated. And for the longest time, he himself has been living underground to avoid an assassination. But he knew this moment was going to come, and it was imminent.
He did. This is a very important point. In fact, in a speech that he made just after the death of a senior commander at the end of July this year, Fouad Shakar, he said assassinations for senior Hezbollah leaders are par for the course. Essentially, he was predicting his own death. He replaced somebody who was assassinated, the previous leader, who was only around for a year when he was killed by the Israelis. He lived his life essentially in secret. He lived it underground. He recorded his speeches. He recorded his sermons. They were then played to his followers later in public buildings, often in the southern suburbs of Beirut. I went and saw some of them myself. He lived a secret life. We don't think that he has made a public appearance, in fact, since 2011. Barely gave any interviews. He clearly was doing his very best to stay alive, doing his best to remain the leader of this movement. But he knew it was possible, perhaps even likely, that this moment would come.
Yeah, indeed, John. I'm going to keep you there and go straight to our Alex Crawford, who has been witnessing the families who have been fleeing that area in southern Beirut. Alex, last night the IDF issued a statement asking people in southern Beirut, in those neighborhoods, to get out of the way for their own safety. I mean, the statements were, that statement was issued, and then within perhaps an hour or so, people were fleeing for their lives, and the bombardment continued. Just tell us where you are and what you're seeing.
We're on the edge of Dahia, which is the southern suburb of Beirut. It's known to be a Hezbollah stronghold. There's no doubt it has got a lot of support and loyalists who live there, but it's also a very densely populated area, which is home to many other people who are not Hezbollah, including a large Christian community and many others who are just not staunch supporters or involved at all in any of the Hezbollah military activity. We're actually on the edge of one of those neighborhoods which got the alert from the Israeli forces overnight to evacuate. There were 3 neighborhoods of Dahia following the first big explosion. A couple of hours later, 3 other neighborhoods were told to evacuate. We're behind, just on the edge of one of them. It doesn't appear to have been hit. There is a drone, an Israeli drone, flying overhead as I'm talking to you. There is a great deal of fear and uncertainty on the streets. There's a lot of civil defense and Lebanese ambulance crews on standby in and around the city. There's Lebanese army position points who are going round the city. The Lebanese army is dwarfed in power by the Hezbollah militant group. They definitely hold all the power, certainly in Beirut. They control very strongly controlled parts of Dahir. We have got one of our Sky producers who's managed to get inside Dahir. She tells us that it is an absolute ghost town. She's looking at huge scene of devastation. She's reported that one of the hospitals that we went to overnight, where some of the wounded were taken to, it is a Hezbollah-controlled hospital. The doctors and the nurses there have been told to evacuate. It's not clear exactly who's told them to evacuate, whether it's Hezbollah officials or they've received an alert from the Israeli forces to evacuate. And there are lots and lots of families that we're seeing, not just camped out along Beirut's Corniche, along the seafront, sitting in their cars, having slept in them all night, on the beaches themselves, a big crowd of them on the main public beach, sitting with their suitcases, or sometimes, in one case I saw a family and the only thing they picked up was their little girl's toy. That was literally all they had, a little cuddly toy in her arms. Very, very worried, talking about moving several times during the night. They were all families. There were some groups of men. Obviously, men are part of families as well. They were saying that they were civilians, a lot of them feeling that there was nowhere safe. Many of them said there is nowhere safe now in Beirut. Certainly, Yalda, as you were talking to the economy minister, the Lebanese economy minister overnight, he was echoing the same sort of sentiment that they felt Lebanon as a whole was feeling under attack. The whole of the country, and we know that there have been massive, multiple airstrikes down south in the southern city of Tyre as well as Mount Lebanon. So right now, Beirut, the capital, feels like it's a city under siege, and everyone is waiting, not just worried about the Hezbollah response, but also almost anticipating further Israeli action.
Alex, thank you so much for bringing us up to date. It feels like a tale of two cities right now. Those who are not in those southern suburbs, staying at home, terrified about what may come, and those who have been left homeless overnight after those warnings for them to leave their homes. We saw those images of people fleeing the southern suburbs of Beirut, and as you say, not everyone there is a Hezbollah supporter. They are families, women, children, the elderly, leaving with the clothes on their backs in the middle of the night. That statement was issued by the IDF at about midnight, when many people were already asleep, and they were being asked to leave their homes and go to some form of safety and shelter. We're talking about tens of thousands of people. We saw traffic in the streets. We saw people gathering in parks, trying to find some form of safety and trying to figure out what to do next. Many people have slept out in the open overnight after being left homeless following the aerial bombardment of the area, those southern suburbs of Beirut, following the IDF announcement that they would continue their bombardment after they struck the Hezbollah leader, Hassan Nasrallah, who they confirmed in the last hour or so that they did actually kill in that strike. Let's speak now to Hannah Weisfeld, who's the founder and director of Yashad, who works to raise support for resolution of conflict, respecting rights of Palestinians and Israelis. Thank you, Hannah, for joining us here on the program. It's been a tense year, but frankly, this past week, it has felt like it has escalated on a whole new level, that this conflict, which was on some levels confined to Gaza, and of course we're seeing the rocket attacks into Israel and the bombardment back into southern Lebanon, but it has now taken a very dark turn.
Yeah, it's very hard really to understand where things will go now. And I think that the key thing, as your correspondent said, is to see what happens now with Iran, because they have been thoroughly undermined with the killing of Hania in July in their capital, with the killing of Nasrallah, who's one of their key entities in the region. And I think really all eyes need to be watching Tehran to see what they do next. Without a ceasefire in Gaza and with continued bombardment of Lebanon, it seems almost impossible how this could possibly now de-escalate.
Yeah, as you say, a very difficult moment for the residents here. And, the thing is that for this entire year, perhaps for decades, Hezbollah has tied its war with Israel with the situation affecting the Palestinians. It will be difficult to know now, leaderless, what Hezbollah is going to actually do next. This thing could escalate, or they could actually just wait, regroup, and see where they're going to go next. Because this idea that a group like this can be eliminated is also something that is unlikely.
Well, I think that's an important point, which is that we've seen Israel fight a war in Gaza for the last 12 months under the kind of banner of dismantling Hamas. And actually that has been completely unsuccessful. Hamas is still operating in Gaza. We've seen mass civilian casualties. The hostages have not been returned. And up until now, there was this sense that you could prevent an outbreak of regional war and war in the north with Hezbollah if there was a ceasefire in Gaza. Now, the ceasefire in Gaza looks, like it's not coming anytime soon, if at all. And now that Nasrallah has been killed, it seems hard to imagine that even if there were to be a ceasefire in Gaza, that Hezbollah and indeed Iran are going to agree to kind of put down their arms over Gaza, because I think fundamentally they're operating independently of Hamas, and so the idea that that there can be deconfliction by ending the war in Gaza, I think, seems really unlikely now.
It will be, as you say, crucial to see what Iran will do next, because while they have been severely undermined over the course of the last few months, they have also been strangely muted about this situation since last Tuesday, when the pager explosions took place and then the walkie-talkies exploded and then top commanders were struck and killed. We haven't really heard the kind of response, other than using the UN General Assembly as a platform, but the Iranians talked a lot about wanting peace in the region, not wanting to escalate. No doubt this will surprise and shock many Hezbollah fighters as well.
Yeah, and I think that what Iran has done over the past week and what it now does is different. One of their top assets in the region has just been killed. And so whether or not they continue with a slightly more, in inverted commas, peaceful rhetoric, I think remains to be seen. But I think fundamentally the issue here is that we're seeing a situation in which violence is effectively being used under the guise of, trying to create peace and stability. And until this war ends, and it ends in the south in Gaza and it ends in the north with Hezbollah, and until there is actually not just an end to the war, but serious steps for a political resolution between Israel and the Palestinians, it seems very hard to see how the region is going to continue to operate, because it certainly cannot go back to October the 6th. Every doctrine, so to speak, has been smashed. The idea that this conflict can be contained in the borders of Israel, the idea that the Palestinian-Israeli issue can be contained through continued occupation, and indeed that the conflict can remain within the region. And we've seen so much subtle diplomacy from the international community that, we cannot go back to a situation when this war ends, that we end up on October the 6th with everybody trying to contain the conflict, because we've seen that is fundamentally not possible.
Indeed, very much so. Hannah, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme.
Thank you.
Well, we've been getting... Thank you. We've been getting some statements coming in from the IDF. They've been speaking at a press briefing, and they've said that Hassan Nasrallah terrorized Israel for decades and was one of the world's most influential terrorists. So they continue to issue statements, hold conferences around the death of Hassan Nasrallah. For Israel, this is a crucial moment. And we saw last week with the pager explosions, the walkie-talkies, top commanders who were part of Hassan Nasrallah's inner circle being targeted, many questions being asked about what their strategy was and how far that they were willing to go. And we saw overnight a densely populated area in southern Beirut where Israel struck what they said were a number of buildings which they believed were Hezbollah Central Command, and the target was the longtime leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, who they have now confirmed as dead. Let's bring in our John Sparks, who's been following developments and that press conference by the IDF. Some more lines coming in, some statements from the IDF, John.
Yeah, as you say, Yelda, holding a press conference at the moment. The Israeli military saying that Nasrallah was with other senior commanders at the time of the strike or strikes. The strike was conducted while senior chain of command was operating against Israel. I think that's significant. What we have seen over the past week is this would represent a final triumph in this phase of the military operation for Israel. They have destroyed, it seems, the senior command of Hezbollah, now taking out its Secretary General. They have shown that Hezbollah, which was supposed to be this formidable military force, non-state military and political actor in Lebanon, they have shown them to be completely vulnerable. They've taken out their communications with these pager and walkie-talkie attacks. They have shown Hezbollah to be utterly unable to protect its rank-and-file members, its senior commanders, and now it seems its leader, its Secretary General. Important to say, Hezbollah has still not said anything officially about this yet. It would be, however, a complete final triumph for the Israelis in this part of the battle. I think we could talk about what Hassan Nasrallah stood for. I mean, the Israelis in these statements that they're releasing in their press conference at the moment, saying that he was one of the world's biggest terrorists. What did Hassan Nasrallah say? He was calling for the liberation of Jerusalem. He called Israel a Zionist entity. He wanted Jewish immigrants to return to their countries of origin, and he called for a Palestine with equality for all. That is how Hassan Nasrallah spoke to his followers. That's not how the Israelis saw him.
Yeah, and John, I mean, he was viewed as an incredibly charismatic orator. When he would give these sermons, young and old would gather to listen to him. He was also took credit for pushing Israel out of Lebanon in 2000. He went to the border area and declared victory. And across the Arab world, he was revered by many people who followed Hezbollah and saw them as a form of resistance. But he also was behind and led a group that he, conducted multiple terror attacks in the West, in Israel, and a number of people were killed. This man divided this nation as well.
He divided this nation. He divided the region. He was revered by his followers, as you say. I think it's important to mention that members of Hezbollah, their supporters, don't dwell on death in the same way that we might assume the death of it or the impact of a death like this. He essentially predicted it in a speech after the assassination of a senior commander at the end of July, Fuad Shakur. He said in a recorded message, look, this is par for the course for senior leaders in this organization. He lived a life in secret. He lived a life underground.
Yeah, John, we will continue our coverage here following the announcement of the death of Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime leader of Hezbollah. Do stay with us for continued coverage. In the next few minutes, we'll be back with the very latest.
I say, bring it on.
With America divided and tensions running high, get ready for an election like no other.
Join our teams as we follow the campaign trail as America decides.
We will win, win, win. Get closer to the action this US election with full reaction and analysis.
Sky News, the full story first.
This is Sky News today. Breaking news at 10 o'clock. Israel claims it's killed Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. The Israeli military say the 64-year-old died after it struck the group's headquarters in southern Beirut. Shortly after, these images were released from the Israeli operation room commanding the mission to kill Nasrallah. The attacks have kept on coming, with more strikes being carried out in the early hours of this morning. We'll bring you the very latest from the Lebanese capital in this developing story this morning. Good morning, thanks for joining us. In the last hour, the Israeli military has said that it has killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. The Israel Defense Forces said that he was targeted in a strike on Hezbollah's headquarters in part of Beirut yesterday afternoon. This was the scene in that area of Dania after the strike there. Heavy strikes flattened buildings in what is a densely populated area. Israel says the militant group's headquarters were underground. And here's what the Israeli army have said. The IDF announces that yesterday, September the 27th, 2024, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF, together with Ali Kaki, the commander of Hezbollah's southern front, and additional Hezbollah commanders. Following precise intelligence from the IDF and Israeli security establishment, IAF fighter jets conducted a targeted strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation, which was located underground, embedded under a residential building in the area of Dania in Beirut. The strike was conducted while Hezbollah's senior chain of command were operating from the headquarters and advancing terrorist activities against the citizens of the State of Israel. That statement coming from the IDF. We're going to cross straight to Beirut now, where my colleague Yalda Hakim is.
Matt, thank you so much and welcome to our continuous coverage of this breaking news that Hezbollah's longtime leader Hassan Nasrallah has been killed in a strike in Beirut. And as you were saying there, Matt, multiple bombardments took place last night, and we got confirmation about an hour and a half ago from the IDF that they had indeed killed Hassan Nasrallah in that strike in southern Beirut. And then they issued another statement warning people to get out of the way because they were going to continue their bombing campaign overnight, which they did in those neighborhoods of southern Beirut. You're looking at images of Beirut at the moment, and there are many people who have fled their homes. I think we can show you some of those images in a moment of people fleeing that neighborhood, trying to get to some form of safety. The shelters here are already full from families who have traveled from the southern part of this country trying to make it to safety. Schools, universities have all turned into makeshift shelters, and within a few hours, suddenly tens of thousands of people were fleeing their homes from that neighborhood in southern Beirut after the IDF issued an alert to say that they were going to continue their bombing campaign in that very densely populated area, which has also left Hassan Nasrallah and a number of top commanders dead. Let's bring in our John Sparks, who has been monitoring the situation. John, you went down to Dahia last night, didn't you? And you saw how tense the situation was. I mean, Hezbollah issued, sources close to Hezbollah leaked that, he was fine, he was safe. Yeah. But very quickly, there was rumours swirling that actually he was dead, and this was overnight.
Yeah, we had multiple sources in the Lebanese media, also in the Iranian media, saying that Nasrallah was fine, that he was unharmed. I think the thing that piqued our interest was that there was no word from Hezbollah itself. There was no official confirmation on his status, and we still don't have that. We still have had no words about Hassan Nasrallah from Hezbollah itself. What the Israelis are saying is that the central command headquarters for Hezbollah was located underneath 4 residential buildings in this suburb in the south of Beirut called Dahia, that they used munitions to blow it apart, which from our vantage point, we were about 100 meters from the site. They had clearly done that. We saw ambulances screaming up and down the road, heavy equipment going up and down, water trucks to try and douse down the dust. Clearly, they were making their assessments about what had happened, the damage, the casualties. At the same time, the Israelis were making exactly the same assessments. Now, this morning, we know from the Israelis, they believe they have killed Hassan Nasrallah. Not just Nasrallah, they are saying that they have also killed senior members of the chain of command of Hezbollah who were in this headquarters, they say, at the same time. It sounds like another tactical triumph for them after a week of assassinations of senior Hezbollah leaders.
Yeah, John, I mean, in many ways, you'd say that they have decapitated Hezbollah by taking the top leadership out. Commanders who have been part of the movement right from the very beginning, Hassan Nasrallah and some of these top commanders, were the founders of the organization with Iran's backing and support. But organizations, militant groups like this, understand that for them, martyrdom, these sorts of assassinations are part of being part of this type of militant group.
Part of the culture, part of the faith. We know from speaking to Hezbollah supporters and members all week that they don't dwell on death. They don't see it as a source of commiseration, or at least that's what people say on the surface. You know, they don't think that this is something to be upset by. And I think it's interesting when Hezbollah release confirmation of the deaths of leaders, as they have been doing this week, they congratulate the movement and the families for the martyrdom, the achievement of martyrdom for so and so. It's a very different way at coming at it. I think it was really interesting that in a speech after the death of a senior leader called Fuad Shakur at the end of July, Nasrallah came out with one of his recorded speeches because he won't make them out in the open for fear of assassination.
He hasn't been seen in public for years.
He hasn't been seen in public for years, doesn't give interviews. He lives a life, or has lived a life, underground. That said, he said, I realize that this is par for the course. He replaced a leader who was assassinated by the Israelis in 1992. He knew that he was likely to die this way. Maybe he was saying this is par for the course as a message to family members who lose their loved ones. I will die too, like your loved ones have died as well. But it is built in, it's baked into the movement that members of Hezbollah, from the rank and file to the very top, may die, will die at the hands of their arch enemy, Israel.
John, thank you so much. And we've just got some developments here. Reuters news agency is reporting that Iran's supreme leader has been transferred to a secure location with heightened security measures in place. That's according to some sources who have told the Reuters news agency that Iran is in constant contact with Hezbollah and other regional allies to determine the next step following Hassan Nasrallah's killing. So just coming in from the Reuters news agency that Iran's supreme leader has been transferred to a secure location with heightened security measures in place. Obviously, supporters, those who fund Hezbollah, are now thinking about what moves they need to make next, because this is an incredibly dangerous moment, not just for the movement, but also for this region. This region is now on high alert, uncertain about what Israel will do next and where this end game will be. Well, let's bring in our Alex Crawford, who joins us now. And Alex, you've obviously been following all of the developments. We've just been hearing from sources close to the Iranian leadership that Iran's supreme leader has been transferred to a secure location following the death of Hassan Nasrallah.
Yes, a lot of people, even in Beirut, are feeling that they might be the focus of any targeted attacks or any attacks. A lot of the people who were displaced, a lot of the families not even wanting us to film them, show their faces or talk to us, because they feel now that anyone who's aligned or supporter or a member of Hezbollah might be seen as a target, although the Israelis are saying they're specifically targeting commanders and fighters. The feeling on the ground is a very different one to what the assurances that they appear to be getting from the Israeli forces. They feel under bombardment. They feel under attack. We're on the edge of Dahir, on the edge of one of the areas that was told to evacuate by the Israeli forces overnight. There were 3 areas that were told to evacuate. There appears to have been a large number of people who took heed of that, and those who weren't even in that area also upped and moved, judging by the number of people who have spent the night sleeping under trees or on the beaches or on the pavements who we spoke to this morning. A number of them not just from Dahir, but also Syrian refugees who had already fled and didn't feel safe still this morning in Dahir. There is a constant Israeli drone flying overhead and appearing to fly low over Dahir itself, and whilst we're on air now. So a lot of people are feeling intimidated and worried about that. But you can probably see, despite the civil defence and the fire crews on standby, and we've seen that there are Lebanese army troops who are moving around the city, a lot of it is just carrying on, or appears to be carrying on as normal. But the reality is it is not normal at all, with people braced for not only further possible potential Israeli strikes, but also wondering what is going to happen if or when Hezbollah strikes back. I mean, if you remember, Yalda, it was not so long ago, I think it's about a week, we were at one of the funerals of one of the key commanders, Ibrahim Akil, who was, his funeral was in Beirut, and the Hezbollah number 2, to everyone's surprise, actually appeared in person and gave the eulogy. And I remember thinking at that time that, the funeral had drawn huge crowds of mainly Hezbollah supporters and loyalists, and lots of flag-waving Hezbollah supporters. And I remember thinking then how much of a target he must be, because he also very rarely gives interviews. He has given a few, and he used to deputise for Hassan Nasrallah himself. And appearing in public seemed to me to be a show of defiance from them, and certainly, incredible act of they didn't care. But also, let's remember that whilst there is a lot of this talk about the death of the head of Hezbollah, we still don't know the rising number of civilian deaths that might be involved, or any other deaths. The numbers from the Lebanese Ministry of Health have stopped coming out. They usually give them update on an hourly basis, and we're told that several apartment blocks in Dahir, which is a stronghold of Hezbollah but also densely populated and has many civilians also in that area, came down. So one would expect to have a very high number of deaths and casualties, but the numbers have stopped being updated, and we're being told by our people inside Dahir, the Sky producer who's managed to get inside, but no pictures or TV allowed there at the moment, saying that it's been evacuated, and one of the key Hezbollah hospitals we were taking in injuries has also been told to evacuate. I'm not sure where those orders have come from, but clearly a very, very uncertain time right now.
Yeah, Alex, as you say, incredibly uncertain time when we saw the series of bombardments, and then obviously the aftermath of the area. It was shocking to see the sort of craters that were created, emergency workers sifting through the rubble, and the health ministry initially sort of said a couple of people had died, but they had to evacuate the area following more warnings, and we are expecting that death toll to be quite large. Thank you so much for bringing us up to date. As soon as we can, we will try and show you those images of people overnight fleeing the area, as well as that area where the bombardment had taken place. Quite dramatic images, and a very densely populated area with a lot of civilians who were living there. Oh, you can see some of those images right now of the traffic jam and the health workers trying to guide people to safety, people sleeping in parks overnight in downtown Beirut, taking their children out of that area. As Alex was reporting, this is a residential area. It might be considered a Hezbollah stronghold, but there are many families who live there. There are restaurants, there are nurseries, and we've seen civilians killed, women and children, the elderly, over the course of the last week in different strikes that are being conducted there. But this afternoon, we are seeing many people left homeless, waiting to be transferred to shelters in a densely populated area where they're not sure about what will happen next. A huge amount of uncertainty, but also fearing for their safety. Well, let's go to our security and defense editor, Deborah Haynes, who joins us live from Tel Aviv. And Deborah, we've received a number of statements and a press conference from the IDF updating everyone on what actually happened. About 2 hours ago, they announced the death of Hassan Nasrallah. They said that he was killed in that airstrike, and they've given some more details now.
Yes, and they made the point that they were giving this briefing. It's just finished, real time, just as the information is coming in about the strike overnight. Clearly wanting to get across as quickly as possible their great news from their perspective of this successful, in their words, operation against Hassan Nasrallah. And the spokesperson was asked by our colleague Alistair Bunkle if he could give any sense of how they can be so confident, or how they know for sure that Nasrallah was killed in that strike, especially given there's been no word from Hezbollah's side. And the spokesperson, he obviously didn't go into details, but he made the point that in the past, when Israel has not been certain about the outcome of a targeted strike against an individual, then they have taken time to check the intelligence before they make the announcement, and indicating that that means the fact that they have with such confidence come out today and said that Hassan Nasrallah has been killed. He indicated it based on intelligence that they believe that to be the case. He was also asked about what the possible impact might be. I asked him whether Israel has got a range of potential assessments of what the retaliation will be from not just Hezbollah but also from Iran. And he said that the Israeli military, the Israeli government are ready for anything. So clearly they are well aware and mindful that this move that they have taken, which really does cross every single red line that can be imagined when it comes to escalation, is going to come with a response. But he also made the point that they want, what he said, was to change Hezbollah's actions and to try to change the reality so that their people, the Israelis that have had to move from the north of Israel, can return. And it is important to note that in this region, as in globally, military strength, as has been shown by Israel in the last few days, has a message of its own. And you can only imagine that while Hezbollah and Iran regard Israel as their arch enemy, they must now be regarding Israel as also this sort of restored deterrence in terms of its ability to strike back in such an effective way.
Deborah, thanks so much for bringing us up to date there from the outskirts of Tel Aviv. Well, let's speak now to Professor Fawaz Gerges, who is Chair of Contemporary Middle Eastern Studies at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Professor Gerges, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. Just your reaction to what we have seen develop in the last 24 hours here in the region.
Well, I mean, I think regardless of whether Hassan Nasrallah has been killed or not, we have not heard from Hezbollah so far. I think what we have now is all-out war. We have been warning about it in the past 12 months. Is there a tipping point, a spark? This is it. I think despite the pleas by the Americans and the French and the British to the Israeli Prime Minister to accept the ceasefire, I think the Benjamin Netanyahu government has declared all-out war, not only against Hamas and Hezbollah, but against also Iran. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, during his speech at the United Nations, he threatened Iran by saying, look, there is no place, no target in Iran that we cannot reach. The killing of the most important iconic figure in the axis of resistance is not just a message, it's really a declaration of all-out war. Your correspondent from Israel said, people in the region understand the language of force. Well, surely, if Israel's overarching goal is to return its 65,000 displaced people to their homes in the north. This declaration of all-out war will likely bring more displaced Israelis in the next couple of hours, next few days. This is it. Israel will never, and I'm choosing my words very carefully, Israel will never have security and peace as long as this all-out war continues. And I expect also Iran to respond in multiple ways, but surely it seems to me that Iran cannot basically not to respond to this kind of strategic escalation by Israel. So sadly, this is
How do you think, Professor, Iran will respond? Because so far, I mean, we've had some developing news come in from the Reuters news agency saying the Supreme Leader has been taken to a secure location. Today, Hezbollah has been decapitated, and of course we know that groups like Hezbollah, cannot just be eliminated because the leader has been taken out. We're talking about tens of thousands of men who are angry and believe firmly in their ideology and their cause, and they know that martyrdom is part of the deal when they join a group like Hezbollah. Hassan Nasrallah knew this very well. He replaced his predecessor, was assassinated by the Israelis. Even in his statements and sermons in the last week, he said this is what we should expect. In fact, in statements that they release, they almost celebrate what they describe as martyrdom for dying for the cause that they believe in firmly.
Well, Nasrallah, indeed, he's the beating heart of Hezbollah. He's the beating heart of the axis of resistance. He is really as important as the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, for the Iraqis, for the Syrians, for the Lebanese, for the Yemenis. Look, I mean, if we really need to understand, this is not about just assassinating the leader of Hezbollah, the most iconic figure in Hezbollah. This is all-out war. That's what I'm saying. We're beyond personalities. Israel has been trying to really, destroy the entire leadership structure of Hezbollah. In the past few weeks, Israel is systematically trying to really kill the leadership, the entire leadership structure of Hezbollah, preparing for a ground invasion, because what we are really seeing now is softening of Hezbollah's military and operational capacities. So this is not just about Nasrallah anymore, and you're absolutely correct. Nasrallah is heavily institutionalized, thickly institutionalized. You have hundreds of leaders who can really replace the various commanders that have been killed, even though they're probably a bit inexperienced, and it will take a great deal of time to fill the vacuum left by an iconic...
Professor, as you say, Hassan Nasrallah became someone who was revered and viewed as very charismatic and being able to draw and lead and inspire not just his own followers here in Lebanon, but also the Iraqi militias, the Yemeni militias, Hamas, who he inspired and trained, and he really created Hezbollah in his own form. But he also radicalized the group even further. So this idea that the next person who would come would somehow soften Hezbollah is probably, ill-informed, in the sense that they will now be incredibly aggressive, angry, even though strategically they have been decapitated at this moment. Their communications are down, they're leaderless, and frankly, they're lacking in allies at the moment, because while you say that Iran will respond, they have put their own supreme leader in hiding because they understand that ultimately Israel has the upper hand here.
Well, look, you're asking several questions. I didn't say that the new leader, if Hezbollah has been killed, will soften Hezbollah. I said Israel's systemic military campaign against Hezbollah is trying to soften the capabilities, the operational capabilities, in order to prepare the ground for a ground operation, point one. Point two, in fact, empirically and factually, what Nasrallah has been doing in the past 12 months is really showing great deal, as you know, of restraint. Hezbollah and Nasrallah avoided targeting Israeli civilians. avoiding killing Israeli civilians, while Israel does not really distinguish between civilians and military commanders, because Hezbollah did not really want all-out war. And thirdly, I think what we are seeing now is not just about Nasrallah. My big point is that Benjamin Netanyahu has declared all-out war against the entire axis of resistance, including Iran. So what you're seeing in Iran now, Iran got the message that this is all-out war. And the challenge facing Iran, how to respond to all-out war. It's not just about Nasrallah. I mean, you have multiple leaders in Hezbollah who could basically take over today and tomorrow. The question is, how will the axis of evil, of resistance, how will Iran basically respond to this all-out? It will help in multiple ways. Let me give you an idea. Iran could respond, directly. It could basically attack Israel directly and say, we are responding to the killing of Ismail Haniyeh, whom Israel assassinated in Tehran a few weeks ago. Iran could send strategic weapons by multiple ways through Iraq and Syria to Lebanon, because this is a long war. Iran can prepare tens of thousands of fighters, skilled fighters, from Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Iran, who basically migrate to Lebanon in order to shore up Hezbollah's asset in the next few months. This is a long war. This is a decade-long war. Lebanon and Gaza will come to hunt Israel in the same way that Iraq and Afghanistan hunted the American army. Even the United States could not pacify Afghanistan and Iraq. Surely Israel does not really have the manpower, does not have the capabilities to engage in a long war, in a decade war. And the big point, Netanyahu keeps saying we want to return our displaced citizens to northern Gaza. The Americans, the British, and the French have told them very clearly, the only way to do so is through a diplomatic solution. Netanyahu has decided all-out war. He wants total victory. As you know, he said it yesterday, total victory. He wants to crush Hezbollah. So this is where we are now. It's all-out war. And Benjamin Netanyahu has decided basically that war is the only answer to Israel's strategic predicament. And that's why now it's no longer about Nasrallah. It's no longer about Fuad Shukr. It's no longer about the, destruction of the communication system. The question is, Hezbollah now will basically bide its time for the long game, the long war. And sadly and tragically, the Palestinians, the Lebanese, and many Israelis will suffer as a result of this all-out war in the next few days, few weeks, and few months, and probably few years.
Professor, really important to hear your voice on this subject, an incredibly dangerous moment for this region. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Well, the former head of research division for the Israel Defense Forces, Yossi Kapawaza, joins me now. Yossi, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. You just heard there from Professor Gerges, who talked about it not just being about Hassan Nasrallah, one leader, one man. There can be dozens of people who can replace him, even if they are inexperienced. This is a declaration of war by Israel and an incredibly dangerous moment for this region, not just for Lebanon, for Hezbollah, for the citizens of this country, but also for Israel and the wider region.
Good morning. I heard what the professor had to say, and he might be right. It's that's going to be the result of what has happened. But the purpose for which Israel carried out this attack was just the opposite. The purpose is to bring about cessation of the hostilities along the border between Israel and Lebanon, so that the displaced Israelis that had left the area in October last year would be able to come back to their villages and communities. That's the purpose. We were trying to convince Hezbollah to allow this to happen for a full year. They refused again and again, even after the Pager's attack that was attributed to Israel. They still refused, and Nasrallah himself came up and gave an address and said that we are not going to let it happen because we want to show our solidarity with Gaza.
Do you genuinely believe that in order to escalate in this way, it will result in de-escalation? And the areas that have been bombarded have hundreds, of thousands of civilians living in them. We don't know the death toll. The Lebanese Health Ministry has stopped issuing the death toll from the bombardment last night. We know that Hezbollah is made up of tens of thousands of heavily armed men who are frankly now leaderless and angry about the decapitation of their movement. But it is a movement that they firmly believe in.
Well, our calculation is that once they realize what is the price they are paying for this ongoing war, they might reconsider and come to the conclusion that it's time to put an end to it. That's our hope and our intention. But the professor was right. They might take the other direction and force us to go on with this fight for a long time. This might happen. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. We have to be prepared to all eventualities. We are definitely prepared for some sort of an agreement that would allow the people of northern Israel to go back to their homes. But we also are prepared to continue the clashes with Hezbollah and with the rest of the axis of evil that is led by Iran and is suffering now heavily because of their mistake, a repeated mistake. They again and again make this mistake. They think Israel is weak. The truth is Israel is strong. And they made this mistake in 2006 when Nasrallah said that I know.
Sorry, Yossi, I guess the big question now is what will Iran do next? Because they've been humiliated. We've just received reports to say that the supreme leader has been taken into a safe area. But no doubt, given that Hezbollah was their insurance policy, their crown jewels, that they won't remain silent over this.
Well, first of all, they are losing and two of the crown jewels, both Hamas and Hezbollah. They are suffering, both of them. And Hania was eliminated, and now Nasrallah. It's a very heavy loss for Iran, and they have to reconsider their policy. They supported the 7th of October attack last year, and they have to realize that there's a price to pay for supporting such a horrendous terror attack. And this is very important for them to take into consideration. They were trying to hit us with 350 projectiles in April, which proved how dangerous Iran is, but at the same time proved that it is not as capable as they think they are, and it's much more vulnerable than they think they are. And this they have to take into account when they consider what to do next. What I'm most worried about is not only that they will try to retaliate by some violent reaction, but they would try to take advantage of the situation in the United States, the fact that we are approaching the elections, in order to break out for a nuclear weapon, because they took advantage of their last 4 years in order to accumulate a huge amount of highly enriched uranium that makes it possible for them to have enough fissile material for 15 bombs or something like that within 1 year, and for 3 or 4 bombs within a month. That's what I'm worried about. And I think Netanyahu yesterday, in his speech at the UN General Assembly, warned the Iranians not to do that. He said any violence against Israel is going to be responded by very harsh measures by Israel. And he pointed at our capability to reach any place in Iran. I think this is a very important message that Netanyahu delivered yesterday.
Well, we'll be watching all the developments here in the region and following it closely. Yossi Kapawasa, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. Well, stay with us. We've got lots more coming up after the break. I'll be speaking to the former Middle East Minister Alistair Burt coming up. Welcome back to our live and continuous coverage of the developments here in Beirut. And in the last couple of hours, the Israeli Defense Force announced that the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, was killed in an airstrike, multiple airstrikes overnight. You're looking at live pictures of Beirut at the moment, a very tense and terrified city and country, uncertain about what is going to happen next. Let's just show you those images of the blast that took place yesterday about 6:15 in the evening local time, where we saw multiple blasts in the southern Beirut suburb of Dahia. You can see that dramatic footage that came out just minutes after it took place. We could see the plumes of smoke here behind us. It was the biggest attack on Beirut over the course of the last week, and we were told shortly after that the target of that strike was the longtime leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, 64-year-old leader who has led the organization since 1992 when he took over from his predecessor, who was also assassinated by Israel. You can see the aftermath of those blasts. We understand something like 6 buildings were targeted. This is a densely populated residential area. It is a Hezbollah stronghold, and the IDF was saying that they were targeting Hezbollah's headquarters, its central command. But this is an incredibly densely populated area. We know that there are restaurants here, nurseries. In the course of the last week, when we've seen multiple strikes, a number of civilians have died and been wounded. The Lebanese health ministry has stopped issuing the number of dead because we believe it is going to be so high. But the area at the moment has been evacuated. Emergency workers are not working there. The IDF issued a statement at around midnight last night telling people in the neighborhood to leave immediately, not just in Dahia, but the surrounding neighborhood as well, because they were going to continue to launch airstrikes. They said that there were a number of Hezbollah weapons stored in residential areas deep in that neighborhood in southern Beirut. So a terrifying night, people fleeing for their lives, trying to get away in the middle of the night, taking just the clothes on their backs and sleeping in parks overnight. The shelters here are full of people who have fled the fighting in the south of the country. The death toll has reached 800 since the bombardment on Monday. And you're looking at the images there of Beirut today, where people are leaving their neighborhoods to try and get to some safety, to shelters, because it is no longer safe to be in southern Beirut, where the IDF says that they will continue their operations. We have seen drones flying overhead. The Israeli Air Force was monitoring the area overnight as they continued their aerial bombardment. You can see the traffic jam there. This is a city that is overwhelmed. They have seen war before, but what we have witnessed in the last week, in the last 24 hours, remains unprecedented here, and the death toll is believed to rise as this country scrambles to figure out what is going to happen next. Let's bring in the former Middle East Minister, Alistair Burt, who joins me now. And Alistair, I mean, even for Middle East standards, and we've seen for decades wars breaking out, conflicts breaking out, violence, bloodshed in this region, this does feel like a very, very dark moment.
Yalda, you and I have spoken about this many times, and you're absolutely right. This is as serious as I think any of us can remember. And that is because everything since October the 7th has changed. The polarization in the region, as you are hearing from any of the those involved that you speak to, is absolutely total. Israel only sees it in one direction, an opportunity to make themselves safe through conflict. Those who are the victims of attacks see it very differently. And there is almost no meeting point between the two. And that's what makes the negotiations in a circumstance like this so very difficult for those who don't believe conflict is the answer. Because 70 years would probably give you some suggestion that it hasn't worked up to now, and that maybe there is a better answer. But events such as last night simply increase the risk of both escalation and entrench the enmities and deep feelings between each of those involved in the conflict.
Yeah, Alistair, Israel has continued to maintain that the reason they are doing this is to return their citizens who have been displaced for almost a year in northern Israel as a result of Hezbollah's rockets being fired since October the 8th, a day after the attack on Israel on October the 7th, and to really, in solidarity, stand with Hamas and what they say stand with the Palestinian people. But this really is a game changer, because Hassan Nasrallah was not just the leader of Hezbollah and not just revered by his followers, but the idea of Hassan Nasrallah was bigger than Hassan Nasrallah himself.
Yes, Israel has been very clear in its intentions in tackling both Hamas and Hezbollah. It is saying that those who threaten and physically attack Israel must pay a price for it. And there have been many in Israel who have urged an attack on its northern border for some time. But the experience shows that these are not conclusive, because the root cause of the issue remains both an enmity towards Israel, which is based around the Palestinian question in the eyes of many. Not all. Some just hate the existence of Israel for the sake of it. But there is, in relation to what has happened since October the 7th, those who are allied to Hamas said there is no ceasefire or no ending of their attacks on Israel unless there is a resolution to Gaza. And as time has gone on, it's been clear there's no resolution to Gaza unless there is also a resolution to the West Bank issue, to East Jerusalem, and the wider issues in the region. That's why many of us believe that the situation is so grave, it can only be resolved by a very comprehensive agreement between those states who do not want to see conflict, the Middle East states reaching out to each other, who know that their future is not based on conflict, but on economic prosperity and an end to conflict. And if ever there was a time to be making a move in relation to that, it has to be now.
Yeah, Alistair, I was speaking to Lebanon's economy minister yesterday, who said we do not want to become a playground for a conflict between Israel and Iran. But Iran, given the massive blow that they have now sustained, because Hezbollah was their insurance policy, is their crown jewel. They have built up Hezbollah over decades, funded, financed, even trained them in their ideology, where, you know, in the chaos of the civil war of this country, they built this sophisticated military army that has terrorized Israel and Western forces in this region for decades. The idea that they can just be eliminated, is false. And what could happen is other groups, militia groups, who are inspired by Hezbollah, are trained by Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Iraqi militias, the Syrian militias, where Hezbollah also fought alongside in support of Bashar al-Assad. They could now join this conflict. It could be an incredibly dangerous situation for Israel as well.
I think you put it very well. Again, there is no evidence that taking action against one of the groups it completely destroys the threat from those groups. As you say, they're inspired by many things, but they're in many different factions and groups. And so long as they keep being supplied with weapons, they can wage guerrilla tactics against Israel or Israel's friends outside Israel. And that must be an increasing concern, I think, to some, that this conflict could be widened even further. But Iran has a choice to make here. And everyone will be asking what happens next. Any rational examination of the situation would say nobody can win a conflict in this area. It will not be possible for Iran or any others to destroy the state of Israel. And it's not feasible that Israel or any of its allies should consider destroying the state of Iran. This is madness. Accordingly, the issues between various states need to be resolved. That process was underway before October the 6th, but the flaw in the discussions that were taking place seemed to be the marginalization of the Palestinian issue. That can no longer happen. But now, after a year following October the 7th, tensions are so great, stakes are so high, there's been so much loss of life, so much loss of face and leadership amongst various groups, that you now fear that some will feel they've nothing left to lose. And that heightens the issue unless there is some evidence of people wanting to stop and wanting to start to make the concessions and begin the negotiations that will end the conflict between Israel and its neighbours. That has to happen. Israel's friends need to support that. And those others in the region who want to see a conflict-free region have got to work for that rather than the continued increase in risk of conflict. But this morning, those hopes seem very bleak because it seems much more likely that the pattern of attack and reprisal will continue with no end, because there's no end unless there is a negotiated end.
Indeed, Alistair, always good to have your thoughts and have you on the programme. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now is Ehud Olmert, a former Prime Minister of Israel. Prime Minister, really good to see you and speak to you. I just want your reaction to the developments in the last 24 hours and what you think it now means for Israel and the wider region.
Well, certainly the targeting of Nasrallah, the biggest perpetrator of hostilities and violence over decades, in the north part of Israel and the south part of Lebanon, is in itself an important development. And the question now is whether the Hezbollah will understand that there is no future in continuing confrontations of this nature, and they will be prepared to accept what was the obligation going back to the year 2000, the resolution of the United Nations Security Council 1559, which recognized Hezbollah as a terrorist organization and compelled them to pull out completely to across the Litani River in Lebanon. Then was Resolution 1701. And now we are, after so many years, Hezbollah is still determined to carry on the attacks against Israel. And the fact is that 80,000 of the Israeli residents in the north were evacuated from their homes for now a year. So this has to end. I prefer that the follow-up of what happened yesterday will be a certain relaxed attitude. I know it's not easy. It's very difficult, obviously. But there is no alternative to it.
Prime Minister, I mean, we're hearing from Iran now, first of all, news developing in the last half hour, Reuters news agency reporting that they have now taken their supreme leader to a secure location. But they've also said that they are talking to allies in the region to discuss next steps.
Well, I don't know why they had to take their leader into a very secure place. This is their issue. I don't think that Israel is trying to reach out for the leader of Iran. But what we said, and this is inevitable, is that we will not continue to tolerate any attacks coming directly from Iran or from the Iranians' proxies, as they were doing for such a long time. So at the end of the day, if they will continue, we will react, they will react, we will react, there will be more bloodshed, there will be more destruction, Lebanon will be destroyed, we will suffer pains, there is no question about it. Solution will not be made through this. So what we have to do, and I have advocated it before yesterday, but after yesterday just as well, I think that we have to accept the genuine efforts made by the American administration and the French administration to try and work out an agreement between the government of Israel and the government of Lebanon. This agreement...
But do you think, Prime Minister, that Benjamin Netanyahu is in any mood to negotiate at this point? And do you think that, given the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah and the death toll rising here, that there can be some kind of negotiation now, and Israel, Lebanon, Hezbollah, the region can be brought back from the brink?
I'm not here to represent the government of Netanyahu, or certainly not Netanyahu himself. I'm posed to him, and I guess you heard it from me many times in the most explicit manner. But when one looks at the situation as it is now, after yesterday, what is the alternative? Are you just continuing shooting at each other, bombing each other, killing each other, but there is no solution? The only solution is a solution where Lebanon will take responsibility for what happens within it and will help pull out Hezbollah from the border, which threatens the Israeli and which attacked Israeli citizens and forced them out of their homes for now more than a year. And that we will make all the necessary accommodations together with the Lebanese government over the borderline, which is in some kind of a dispute, I think marginal and not significant, that can be worked out, and that we will bring an end to it. Hang on, Yalda. If Hezbollah is anxious to carry on these attacks, I'm not certain that they do not understand by now that it's not going to work in their favor.
Prime Minister, you and I have spoken a number of times, and you have proposed peace in the region. You yourself led the drive for a potential two-state solution, perhaps one of the closest times that Israel came to resolving the Palestinian issue as well. Are you worried, though, now that, given the environment of things, that Israel will send ground troops to Lebanon?
I certainly hope that we will not do it. We can do it, and I think that if we will do it, it will be very violent and very bad for the Lebanese in the south of Lebanon. But it may not necessarily bring the kind of solution which I think will, at the end, will make it different, will change the balance. So I'm against a ground operation. I think that what we did yesterday was inevitable, considering the fact that Nasrallah was the biggest perpetrator of violence, of killing, of blood, of attacks, of threats, of the most aggressive and provocative rhetoric for many, many years. It has to change. It has changed now. Any further confrontations will not be useful to us. I don't think that we need to stay in the south of Lebanon. We've been there for 18 years and we pulled out because we found out that it didn't make a difference. What can make a difference is an agreement between the Israeli government and the Lebanese government with the assistance of America and France that will end all the conflicts that we have, the marginal conflicts, as I said before, about the borderline, which was determined by the Security Council of the United Nations in the year 2000, the famous blue line. It has to be negotiated. I think it is something that may create the kind of momentum towards a different atmosphere. And to the extent that I can, I will try to voice out these opinions in Israel, that we don't need to have a ground invasion now in the south of Lebanon, but they have to stop shooting altogether. They have to stop it. They will not be able to continue the shooting on the center part of Israel, on the north part of Israel, without paying a terrible price. They paid it yesterday. It may be worse tomorrow. We have to stop it, and we need to stop it. They need to stop it.
Yeah, Prime Minister, always grateful for your thoughts here on the programme. Thank you very much for joining us. That was the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert, calling for calm and saying that Israel should reconsider sending troops, if they are thinking about it, to southern Lebanon following the death of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. Let's just show you the IDF tweet and statement that they put out following Hassan Nasrallah's death. They have confirmed in the last couple of hours that they killed Hassan Nasrallah following the multiple bombardments that took place in southern Beirut yesterday. And we did get confirmation soon after from the IDF that they had launched a series of attacks in that residential area, and they confirmed again today that that series of airstrikes ended up killing the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. We're following all the developments here from Beirut. Do stay with us. We'll be back in the next few minutes. This is Sky News live from Beirut. I'm Yalda Hakim. The headlines this morning. Israel claims it has killed Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. The Israeli military says the 64-year-old died after it struck the group's headquarters in southern Beirut. Shortly after these images released from the Israeli operation room commanding the mission to kill Nasrallah. The attacks have kept on coming, with more strikes being carried out in the early hours of this morning. We'll bring you the very latest from the Lebanese capital in this developing story. Hello and welcome back to our live and continuous coverage of this breaking news in the last couple of hours that the Israeli military confirmed that they had killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. Let's just show you that statement put out by the IDF where they confirmed that the strike on Hezbollah's headquarters in parts of Beirut last night ended up killing the leader of Hezbollah. I'm just going to bring that up on our screen. They said the IDF announces that yesterday, September the 27th, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organization and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF. They also held a press conference in the last hour or so where they said that Hassan Nasrallah will no longer be able to terrorize the people of Israel. They confirmed that together with Ali Karaki, he was a top commander of Hezbollah's southern front, and a number of additional commanders were killed in that strike, the largest strike on Beirut in the last week. We've seen top commanders being taken out over the course of the weekend, but this was the largest attack. And they said that they were going after Hezbollah's central command of what they say the Hezbollah terrorist organization. So that statement there from the IDF in the last hour or so confirming the death of 64-year-old Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime leader of Hezbollah. Well, let's bring in our John Sparks, who is with me here now. And John, you've been following all of the developments. We've been hearing a lot of different lines coming in, including from the Reuters news agency, that Iran has now taken their supreme leader to a safe spot. I mean, we shouldn't we can't overstate the importance of Hassan Nasrallah. To many people, he was as important as Iran's supreme leader. He is now dead. This is a group that is now leaderless, and there is concern about what is going to happen next.
Absolutely. And I mean, let's look at some of the statements that we've been hearing over the last 10 or 15 minutes. We've just had a word from the Lebanese transport minister saying that he asked an Iranian plane to stay out of Lebanese airspace. Why did he do that? Well, last night, Daniel Hagari, the spokesman for the Israeli military, threatened to strike at any transport, any planes carrying arms or weapons for Hezbollah being carried by air. And he said that they would carry out those strikes if it happened, for example, at Beirut's airport. Last night, we could see drones, Israeli drones, we presume, up by the airport monitoring air traffic. Lebanese transport minister said he asked an Iranian plane to stay out of airspace. The Iranian plane complied. We've had a statement from Hezbollah as well over the last 30 minutes. I'll read it to you. It's probably not what you think they're going to say. Hezbollah targeted sites in response to Israeli attacks on civilians. And they fired rockets into a place called Rosh Pina. That is not what we were expecting from them. Absolutely no word about the death of Hassan Nasrallah, their leader. I mean, the longer they leave this, the more the concern, the anger, the fear is going to build in their supporters, in their members. And I think one of the things that we are waiting for is to see how the rank and file respond to this. It could be intensely destabilizing, particularly in a place like Beirut, the southern suburbs, where there are 1 million or more members of this organization. I think that's one thing that we're focusing on. Where do we go now?
Indeed. And as you say, a number of lines coming in with Israel warning the Lebanese air control that it would use force if Iranian planes landed at Beirut airport. And then the Lebanese transport minister, as you say, asked the Iranian plane to stay away from Lebanese airspace, concerned about what would happen to Beirut airport. But of course, this situation continues to escalate. This is now a city, a country that is on edge, concerned, as you say, about what is going to happen next. But we do understand that Lebanon blocked the Iranian plane from entering airspace. The Israelis issued a warning saying that any plane with weapons, with arms, landing at the airport would be struck. So things were incredibly tense last night. The IDF also issued a statement telling residents of that southern area to get out of the way because they would continue to strike Hezbollah in that very densely populated residential area of Beirut. And you can see the live images right now of Beirut, where there are so many people now who have become homeless, who have left their homes, who are sleeping in parks, waiting to find some kind of shelter. But just to go back to Hezbollah, and we can see, the traffic jams in central Beirut. People, 250,000 people have been displaced from the south, John, as you've been reporting. Over 800 dead from the aerial bombardment, and now displaced people in Beirut from those southern suburbs as well, looking for shelter in makeshift schools and universities, trying to understand what is going to happen next to them and to the fate of their country. But just to go back to our discussion around Hassan Nasrallah, who became the leader of Hezbollah in 1992, a young man, experienced fighter who was one of the founders of the organization, but he himself replaced his predecessor who was assassinated by Israel as well. They knew and they know this is always coming.
That's right. It's part of the culture of Hezbollah, part of the faith, you may argue. He knew that he was likely to be targeted. He knew that he was likely to die. In fact, he even referenced that in a speech that he gave just after the death of a senior commander at the end of July called Fuad Shakur. He said, it's par for the course. It's par for the course that senior leaders of Hezbollah die, that they are assassinated. And I think one reason for saying that was to give comfort to those families who have lost members of their family fighting against Israel. They're saying, you're not alone. I too am likely to lose my life. On the other hand, he went to great efforts to reduce the chances of assassination, didn't he? He lived a life in secret, essentially. We hadn't seen him in public since 2011. He rarely gave interviews. When he did speeches and sermons, they were recorded and then played for his members later in public buildings, in basements, that sort of thing. He had no public profile whatsoever, but he was loved and revered by his supporters.
Indeed, and he took credit, didn't he? We're just looking at some images of a younger Hassan Nasrallah. He took credit for pushing Israel out of this country in the year 2000. As a young man, he went to the border and declared victory and said that Israel had been weakened because they had been pushed out by his forces from this country, revered by his followers in the Arab world. But of course was behind the killing of hundreds of people in Israel, in the West, was on the terror list. Him and his top commanders, he was in hiding. But John, I spoke earlier to Professor Fawaz Gerges, who said to me, this is not about Hassan Nasrallah. This is not about the top commanders like Fuad Shakur. This is not about Ibrahim Akil or the various others that Israel has killed. We are talking about tens of thousands of men who are armed, who are leaderless, and who are aggressive and angry.
Yeah, it was a fascinating interview. He was making the point that it's the tipping point, wasn't he? That this is the trigger point for all-out war, that an iconic figure, both here in Lebanon, in the axis, the Iranian axis of resistance or evil, depending on your perspective, has been assassinated, has been taken out. What comes next? I mean, we should say that the Israelis have been well poised, haven't they, for this moment, with speeches, with graphics, with statements. One of those graphics that we've already seen of the 11 senior Hezbollah commanders, that the Israeli military has slapped the word eliminated over 10 of them. It goes to show how successful they've been, particularly in the last week, taking a swathe out of Hezbollah's top military leadership. So where does Hezbollah go now? If you don't buy the Israeli argument that these actions are likely and designed to force them to back down, that now that Israeli has struck, they will be more likely to reconsider, to back down, to stop their strikes near the border, to allow Israeli displaced people to go back to their homes. If you don't buy that as an explanation, what happens next? Hezbollah has lost many of its senior leaders. Clearly, an argument will be made that they adapt. They turn into a different type of organization. They go back to their roots as a guerrilla organization. They've lost their top leadership. They turn into something else. That's the alternative view to the Israeli perspective, that they're bombing them back to the negotiating table.
Indeed, and as we've been saying, a dangerous moment for this region. John, thank you so much for all of your analysis there. Let's go straight to our Deborah Haynes, who joins me live from Tel Aviv. And Deborah, we've seen the actions of Israel over the course of the last week, blow after blow to Hezbollah, and perhaps this is the biggest blow yet.
It is, and the Israelis are really sort of marking this moment and almost goading their enemies. There's been posts on social media that seem designed to really sort of drive home what has been, from an Israeli perspective, an extraordinarily successful operation over the past 10 days, starting with those booby-trapped pages and walkie-talkies that frankly stunned the world in the way that it revealed how Israel over time had infiltrated the supply lines for Hezbollah, planting explosives into pages and walkie-talkies that they knew would be used by Hezbollah members, which then prompted Hassan Nasrallah to give that very fiery, long, over an hour sort of response by video link, as always, to Israel's actions, vowing that they would not go unanswered, vowing that Israel would not achieve its war aim of enabling Israeli civilians to return to the north of Israel, and saying that Hezbollah would continue to fight. But here we are a week on from that moment, and he is now dead. And not only him, but a large number of his senior commanders. Now that is, I mean, yes, they are individuals, yes, they can be replaced, but what can't be replaced is the character, the charisma of a leader, and also the knowledge and experience of long-term serving commanders. And as well as that, in a region where Israel has suffered a year ago a devastating blow with the Hamas attack on October the 7th that really exposed Israel's military as being weak and unprepared, here we are almost a year on now, with Israel will be hoping deterrence, a sense of deterrence being restored, and that will surely factor into the calculations from Iran and Hezbollah when they think about retaliation. There's clearly going to be a response, but will they want all-out war?
Indeed, that is the big question. And we've heard from the Iranians who have said that they are talking to their allies and discussing next steps. So a critical moment here in the region. Deborah, thank you so much. We've also, in the last few minutes, received a statement from Iran's supreme leader, who has said, and I'm going to read the statement to you: by the grace of God, Lebanon will make the invading, wicked and discredited enemy regret their actions. The fate of this region will be determined by the forces of resistance, with Hezbollah at the forefront. He also went on to say all the forces of resistance in the region stand alongside and support Hezbollah. So big questions about what the militia in the region do, the so-called axis of resistance led by Iran. What are the next moves? A critical moment here in this region following the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime leader of Hezbollah. Let's get more reaction now from Jasmine El-Gamal, political analyst and former Middle East advisor at the US Department of Defense. Thank you very much, Jasmine. Good to have you back on the program. A very dangerous moment. We spoke yesterday about how critical this is, and confirmation now that Hassan Nasrallah has been killed in that strike.
It's good to see you, Yalda. And absolutely, like you said, this is an incredibly critical moment in this conflict that we've been seeing over the last year. Now, there are questions about what comes next, and it could really go one of two ways. Israel, over the past several months, has managed to severely weaken and degrade Hezbollah from an intelligence perspective, from a communications perspective, and now from a leadership perspective after assassinating Hassan Nasrallah reportedly. Hezbollah, of course, has not confirmed, but it's likely true. And so the question is, what happens next? Is that going to be enough for Israel? Do they think that that's going to deter the organization enough that they can now pull back? Or are they going to see the next step as what they believe as a way to finish the organization off by going in and going after the fighters and the large military arsenal that Hezbollah still has? Because even though Hassan Nasrallah is dead, of course, you still have thousands of Hezbollah members and fighters and that military arsenal that we're talking about that remains largely intact. So that's on the Israeli side. And then, of course, as you mentioned, what about the Hezbollah reaction and the Iranian reaction? Now, as you said, we're going to be hearing from Iran's supreme leader shortly. He said that he's going to speak about this. But one has to imagine that they have some sort of a plan. I mean, leaders of this organization have been assassinated. Hassan Nasrallah himself came to power as the head of the organization after the assassination of his predecessor, Abbas Musawi. And so you have to believe that they have some sort of plan for the assassination. Now, of course, other senior commanders have been killed in the run-up to Nasrallah's assassination. So it's a big question mark as to who would lead the organization at a time like this when it is so severely weakened, but at the same time needs more than ever to restore deterrence if it is to survive. And that's all in the short run, of course. I mean, we can talk about whether this actually makes Israel safer in the long run, because we've known and we've seen.
Israel has said it's escalating to de-escalate, but many are questioning whether it actually does make Israel any safer and whether they can move their citizens back to those northern borders, some 80,000 people. But Jasmine, I'm just going to report a few things that have come through. Now, we've been reporting in the last half an hour or so about Lebanon's transport minister. There were reports that he intervened to stop an Iranian plane from landing at Beirut airport. The transport minister has now confirmed that to Sky News and said that he personally intervened to stop the Iranian plane from landing at Beirut airport. You were talking there about Hezbollah's arsenal, its weapons. The IDF issued a very firm warning last night saying any aircraft arriving into Beirut airport full of weapons would be met with force, would potentially be struck. And Lebanon's transport minister has now confirmed to Sky News that he personally intervened and prevented that Iranian plane from landing or being anywhere near Lebanese airspace yesterday. So we can see, we often talk about these conflicts that miscalculations lead to all-out war. I mean, we are in a state of war right now, but you can see how dangerous and tense these moments are. And the Lebanese government, a very weak government, scrambling, doing what they can to prevent things from escalating and for them from becoming a playground in this arena of great powers of this region, settling all sorts of scores.
That's right. And the Lebanese have always felt exactly that, Yalda, that Lebanon is a playground for greater powers, whether regional or global, to play out their fights at the expense of the Lebanese. And I think it's a good time to remind people, actually, that even though, as you were saying earlier, I think that Nasrallah was revered by his followers, I think it's also important to remind viewers that he was reviled by millions of Lebanese and Syrians as well after having intervened in Bashar al-Assad's favor during the Syrian conflict and killing, responsible for the deaths of thousands of Syrians as well. So the Lebanese state has always fought to weaken and disarm Hezbollah. The Lebanese army has always wanted to be the only legitimate force that has arms in the country. So you have to see this also as an opportunity for the Lebanese state, no matter how weak it is, to try to gain some of that control and some of that sort of autonomy over who has weapons and who defends the country. And so it's not surprising at all that they're cooperating and pushing back Iranian planes. They don't want to be in this situation anymore, neither held hostage by Hezbollah nor Iran.
Indeed, as you say, Hezbollah has often been described as a state within a state. They were no doubt the most powerful paramilitary force, not just in this country, but in this region. So the Lebanese transport minister confirming there to Sky News that they personally intervened and prevented that Iranian plane from landing at Beirut airport following the warning issued by Israel that they would meet any aircraft landing at the airport with force. Let's bring in our John Sparks. Jasmine, apologies. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program and offering your your analysis there. Let's bring in John Sparks, who is standing by with me here. And John, we just heard there from the Lebanese Transport Minister confirming to Sky News that he personally intervened from preventing that Iranian plane from entering their airspace. We understand full of weapons for Hezbollah, something that they have continually done for more than 40 years.
Yeah, so where did this start? This started from a speech given by the Israeli military spokesman Daniel Hagari last night. He made two separate warnings or threats, depending on your perspective. One dealt with the airport here in Beirut. He said that if any party attempted to bring in weapons or arms by air, then the Israeli military would take action at the airport. That was very clear, and it appears that the Lebanese authorities here, this country is run by a weak caretaker government. They do what they can. It appears that they have done what they can. In this case, they have persuaded or asked an Iranian plane. We don't know what size it was. We don't know if it was passenger, cargo, large, small, but they have persuaded an Iranian plane not to land. The transport minister and his team clearly taking that threat very, very seriously indeed. Hagari gave another warning or threat as well. He said, we will take out, and then he then listed 3 more buildings in Dahir. This is the neighborhood in South Beirut where the massive strike took place yesterday afternoon that the Israelis say killed Hassan Nasrallah. He gave 3 more buildings. He said these buildings, they've got missiles underneath. They put up a drawing of what the missile seller, so to speak, may have looked at. He said, if you live in those buildings, get 500 meters away quickly. Those buildings, we believe, were struck, and the strikes in southern Beirut continue as we speak, we understand. This from Reuters. Strikes continue on Beirut's southern suburbs, according to local witnesses. Both warnings, both threats seem to have been realized as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, John, it's been quite extraordinary when you realize the level of penetration of Hezbollah over the course of the last week. The pages, the walkie-talkies, top commanders, Hassan Nasrallah, and the Israelis saying, we know where you are, we know where you're hiding the weapons, even if they're in residential areas, enough is enough, we're coming after you. These areas are densely populated. I mean, you can see the aerial shot there of Beirut and some of these southern suburbs. Let's just show you the images of people fleeing their homes, because that statement was issued by the IDF at about midnight last night. Many people were in their homes asleep. It's unclear who called them, but the IDF issued the statement telling people to get out of the way, telling them to stay at least, as you say, 500 meters away, because they would continue to launch those airstrikes. We saw people, children, women, families, the elderly, running in the middle of the night, seeking shelter in downtown Beirut, in the local parks, with the clothes on their backs, uncertain about what would happen to their neighborhood. As we said, this is densely populated area, a more impoverished part of Beirut, where rent is cheap. You don't have to be a Hezbollah supporter to live there. And so there were many people trying to get out of the way. And we can see them, these images from just last few hours that our teams have captured, of people frightened about not just the fate of their country, but their own fate. That's why they are out on the streets. This country, this city, is overwhelmed with the number of displaced people moving north from the south, trying to seek shelter. I've spoken to a number of ministers who told me that a 250,000 people have been displaced, the death toll over 800. So an incredibly tense, frightening time, John, for the citizens of Beirut. No lovers of Hassan Nasrallah. This country has a weak government, a weak caretaker government. They've dealt with Hezbollah, which has been a state within a state for 4 decades. For now, it feels like Hezbollah has been decapitated, but we are talking about tens of thousands of men who are armed. Their communications may have been cut. They are leaderless. Their security is precarious at the moment. And it feels like their strongest ally, their supporter, the country that has financed, backed them, trained them in their ideology, is in some ways scrambling as well, Iran.
Yeah, I think it would be very interesting to see what happens. Obviously, we haven't had any word from Hezbollah on the death of their leader. Nothing at all. All we've had from them is a brief statement saying they're continuing their attacks on northern Israel. I think the longer they leave this, the greater the fear amongst the rank and file, the shock, potentially the anger as well that people will feel, because here we are, we're what? 6-7 hours on now from the Israeli confirmation that they killed the leader. I think the shots, the pictures that we were looking at, really interesting. Those were taken on the seafront, where there is essentially space for people to come along and to camp. This is a very congested city. When we were in Dahia yesterday, we were about 100 meters from the bomb site. The bomb site was very close to a Palestinian refugee camp, sort of small, sort of ad hoc shelters very close together. We saw thousands of people coming out onto the streets with their bags, with suitcases. You've got this extraordinary displacement crisis. It is a displacement crisis created in a matter of what? 7 days? 8 days? The authorities in this country, the government of Lebanon, is completely ill-equipped to deal with something like this. You're looking at a state in flux right now. And Hezbollah is not Lebanon. Lebanon is not Hezbollah. It's a part of it. But we're looking at a whole country here that will be very fearful right now about the implications of what will happen from the death of Hassan Nasrallah.
Indeed. John, thank you so much for all of your analysis. As you say, this is a nation reeling, a government scrambling as they try and figure out what is going to happen next. We'll be back after a short break. We're following all of the developments here on the ground from the Middle East, from Beirut, following the announcement of the assassination of Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah.
Welcome back. The King and Queen are in Scotland today at a ceremony to mark 25 years of devolution at Holyrood. Charles and Camilla are attending the Scottish Parliament in Edinburgh for today's anniversary event. I'm pleased to say I'm joined here in the studio by our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce. Alistair, good to see you. An important moment for the history of Scotland and also for their Majesties.
It was such an important moment when Scotland received its Parliament 25 years ago. It had been an aspiration for many for some time. And ever since it has existed, it has been a voice piece for Scotland. And it has been where we have seen much debate about the future of Scotland itself. And that will continue. And I think for the King, important to come here today to mark the 25th anniversary of what was this significant and seismic change in the way in which the United Kingdom was established. We're looking at the main entrance, looking onto the Royal Mile. To the right of the picture is Holyrood Palace, where the King and Queen will be coming from. And waiting to receive His Majesty is the Lord Provost of Edinburgh, Alderman Robert Aldridge. And it is his role as both Lord Provost and first citizen of Edinburgh and also as Lord Lieutenant to meet the King. The Crown arrived here a little earlier. It had been released from Edinburgh Castle by the First Minister, who is one of the commissioners for the regalia, and he went there with his wife and his son. But for John Swinney, it's a big day as First Minister, and what will happen is that there will be a procession into the Parliament. The presiding officer will first of all address the King and welcome him, the Right Honourable Alison Johnson, and then the King will reply. There'll be then some music and celebration of the culture that is so resonant of Scotland, its islands, and then each of the party leaders will respond to the King, marking this 25th anniversary.
Alistair, it's perfect you're with me for this because you know Edinburgh very well indeed.
Well, I have very...
Bye-bye.
سلام خدمت شما و بینندگان محترم. دقایقی پیش محله شیعه در زاویه جنوبی بیروت هدف حمله هوایی جنگنده های رژیم صهیونیستی قرار گرفت. در این حمله هوایی یک ساختمان در خیابان مارون مسک در شیعه مورد حمله قرار گرفت و الان هم که من با شما صحبت میکنم من صدای یک انفجار رو الان شنیدم که باید مشخص بشه که ناشی از حمله به کدام نقطه بوده در زاویه جنوبی بیروت. در عین حال رژیم صهیونیستی تلاش میکنه که بندر بیروت و فرودگاه بیروت رو عملاً به محاصره دریایی و هوایی در بیاره و از اون طرف مرز سوریه با لبنان رو ناامن بکنه و به همین علت تمام گذرگاه‌های مرزی بین لبنان و سوریه رو در مناطق در شمال لبنان، در شمال شرق لبنان هدف حملات هوایی قرار داد. و نکته بعد این که بزرگراه ارتباطی شرق لبنان منطقه بقا و بربک در شرق لبنان به سمت بیروت و جنوب رو هم میخواد ناامن بکنه و امروز هم یک خودرو رو در منطقه زهرالبیدر در ارتفاعات میان بیروت و شرق لبنان در جاده ارتباطی هدف قرار داد و کاملا مشخصه که گام به گام این رژیم سعی میکنه که هم با ناامن کردن جاده های ارتباطی و هم با هدف قرار دادن مناطق مسکونی مشکلات انسانی لبنانی ها رو افزایش بده در حملاتی که ما هر روز شاهد شهادت و زخمی شدن تعداد بیشتری از زنان و کودکان هستیم. آمار شهدای حملات امروز تا این لحظه حداقل به 25 نفر رسیده و احتمال افزایش این تعداد داره به این علت که حملات هوایی متوقف نمیشه. در جنوب لبنان، در شرق لبنان یا در زاهیه الان از صبح امروز به نوعی وضعیت آرامش نسبی رو داشت، اما دقایقی پیش هم که گفتم بار دیگر مورد حمله هوایی قرار گرفت و به برخی بیمارستان‌های زاهیه تهدید شده که باید بیمارستان‌ها تخلیه بشه و خب تلاش می‌کنه که تعداد آوارگان رو افزایش بده در داخل لبنان و بر مشکلات دولت لبنان، مشکلات مردم بیافزاید. اما در میدان نبرد اون چیزی که امروز به خود صهیونیستان میشه اعتراف کردن یک موج سنگین عملیات موشکی حزب الله بود که برخلاف گذشته از موشک‌های فاتحه 1، 2 و موشک فاتحه 3 استفاده کرد در هدف قرار دادن عمق شمال فلسطین اشغالی و حتی عمق جنوب فلسطین اشغالی. منابع صهیونیستی تا این لحظه از درج و اعلان اخبار ناشی از تلفات و خسارات این عملیات موشکی حزب الله خودداری می‌کنند. چون اگر خبری باشه اونی که خبر داره به کسی نمیگه قطعا و اگر خدا نکرده خبری نباشه هیچ خبر نداره فضای مجازی و بربر و به نقل از فلان و تشاخص و من تو چطور خیلی سید ما الان
طلعنا على المطير
و سکوت کامل سمت ما اونا مدعی شدن که سید شهید بوده و اونا کلن در سکوت بزن خب این شدن واقعا فقط تلقای لذت و آب الان اونجایی که دادن اونجایی آباد میشه سنگی آباد برداری
هي على الكفاءات لا من الصبح من الصبح لك هديك رجعت ولا تبع الشيح وين؟ تبع الشيح قدام هونيك بس هي تبع الكفاءات هيدي رجعت عم تولع جادوكس
هالي هالمام امبارح بس هلا في 22 وحده
قبل الاخلاص
هيك خط واحد هيك هذا كله مضروب امبارح كنت هون انت؟ كنت تحت طبعا على الاخر كبير كل شيء نازل ماشي في المنطقة بكي العرب لا غيرها عسكرية سيارة بس خلص سيارة وانا بقول بيروت نوعا في حزن حياته لبنان ما كان غريب You can see the smoke. Yes. Okay, this is close. Yes. This is Beirut. This is airport. This is Bahir. تشوفها هلا بالليل ببلش بتشوفها بيضاء بالنهار لازم في دخنه وفي عموديه
Don't care. وبالتالي التعذيب بحسب الدفاع المدني شهيد وثلاث جرحى ولكن في حال نجح اي رقم اخر بيكون تم نقله من فرق الاسعاف الاخرى ويجري التعامل مع هذا الحريق ومع الصاروخ الذي لم ينفجر يعني طبعا حتى لا يتسبب الكارثه. اذا هذه هي المسؤوليه عن هذه الساعه.
and said that all the forces of resistance stood alongside Hezbollah. This was the Israel Defense Forces statement from earlier on today. The IDF announces that yesterday, Friday, September the 27th, 2024, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF, together with Ali Karki, the commander of Hezbollah's southern front, and additional Hezbollah commanders. Following precise intelligence from the IDF and Israeli security establishment, IAF fighter jets conducted a targeted strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terrorist organisation, which is located underground, embedded under a residential building in the area of Dahiyeh in Beirut. The strike was conducted while Hezbollah's senior chain of command were operating from the headquarters and advancing terrorist activities against the citizens of the State of Israel. That statement coming from the IDF. This was the scene in the Beirut suburb of Dahiyeh after the strike there yesterday. Israel says the militant group's headquarters were underground. And the Israeli army have released these images of, they say, the operation room commanding the mission to kill Nasrallah. As I mentioned, Iran's supreme leader has responded to Israel's claim that it has killed Hezbollah's leader. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said, by the grace of God, Lebanon will make the invading, wicked and discredited enemy regret their actions. He continued, the fate of this region will be determined by the forces of resistance, with Hezbollah at the forefront. Our special correspondent Alex Crawford has the latest now on the ground in Beirut.
Well, it was a very rocky night for everyone in Beirut, but not just Beirut, not just the capital. Huge strikes, massive strikes down in Tyre, where we'd just come from a few hours earlier. Lots of buildings being hit down there, including a hotel where a lot of the foreign media were staying. But the streets of Beirut this morning are packed with people who have fled Dahiyeh, the actual one of the main sites of the attacks, which kept on going until very early morning today. I mean, you can see people have been sleeping on pavements, in their cars. We've spoken to this particular family who came all the way on their truck. They were only about, I would say, a couple of kilometres from Dahiyeh. There's a family of 40 grandchildren, children, a lot of children who came, 31 children or so who came on that truck. We've been speaking to all the way down this front. The Corniche is basically packed with displaced people. I think the implications of what's happened overnight are going to be reverberating throughout Lebanon for days, weeks. We're talking about a man who is the absolute head of Hezbollah, the strongest, most powerful non-state fighting actor in the region, aside from Iran. The economy minister, the Lebanese economy minister, has told Sky News he thinks all red lines have been crossed, that this is a full-blown war, full-blown attack on Lebanon by the Israelis.
Joining me now from Tel Aviv is Colonel Miri Eisen, Senior Fellow at the Institute for Counter-Terrorism at Reichman University. Miri, thank you so much for joining us. You will remember the last war in Lebanon. You were working for Ehud Olmert at the time. So what do you think about this?
That in 2006, when Hezbollah cross-bordered into Israel, kidnapped and killed Israeli soldiers from Israeli soil, those 33 days in the aftermath, Hassan Nasrallah, same Hassan Nasrallah, said at the time that he never would have initiated if he had known what would happen. And that same Hassan Nasrallah, on October 8th, joined into Hamas's horrific attack against Israel. From October 8th, Hezbollah has fired over 8,000 rockets and missiles into Israeli areas. We have tens of thousands of displaced Israelis for the last 11 and a half months. And I look at it now, and yes, it's a continuation. Hezbollah is still there. It's an upgraded Hezbollah, one backed much more by the Islamic regime of Iran, with an arsenal that, as said before, would not, most countries around the world don't have the arsenal that this Hassan Nasrallah amassed since 2006.
What now, though, as you mentioned, Hezbollah there is, well, it's without a leader. So how will they respond? How will Iran respond?
Hezbollah built itself both for the situation of fighting against Israel, and at the end, like any organization, there are people who will be able to step into the shoes of the commanders. Nobody can really change Hassan Nasrallah, 32 years of a charismatic, literally a figure who was larger than life in the Middle East, an orator giving his weekly sermons. This is not somebody who will be easily changed. Having said that, I want to be clear, Hezbollah still has immense capabilities. They still have other leaders that are going to step in. They still want to, as they say right now, go into their website right now, don't believe me, they want to annihilate the Zionist entity. By the way, Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic regime of Iran, says the same thing in the same type of words. So we can continue to see both attacks by Hezbollah. They've been firing rockets into Israel all day, as they have done over the last 11 and a half months.
Look, we're reading opinion from journalists in Israel writing for the likes of Haaretz saying, we hit Hezbollah, they hit back. Now Israel must push for a diplomatic way out in Lebanon. That really is the only solution to all of this, whether it be in Lebanon or Gaza as well. It can't just be back and forth, rockets fired, assassinations following, that kind of thing, can it?
You started talking with me and reminding everybody of 2006 and the Second Lebanon War, and perhaps we could say that this was a lull from 2006 until 2024, until the next time. Can we all agree that Hezbollah, as a terror entity, should not be calling for the annihilation of Israel and actively going there? We do not want war. I am absolutely sure that we will arrive at the end at some kind of ceasefire, and that's through diplomacy. But as long as the Islamic regime of Iran, let alone Hezbollah in Lebanon, call for our annihilation. This isn't about supporting the Palestinians. I feel in day-to-day life, and I know this sounds odd, that I, Miri, help Palestinians more than any Hezbollah terrorist fighter has ever done. And as long as they continue to say that, I don't see how you arrive at a resolution. You can arrive at some kind of a ceasefire, but they still call for our annihilation.
Your former boss, Ehud Olmert, told my colleague Yald Hakim, he seems to suggest he wasn't particularly impressed by the approach of the current Israeli government to all of this, Benjamin Netanyahu in particular. What do you think about them?
I think that there aren't a lot of options on the table. What do you do with a terror entity that is both part of Lebanon and separate from Lebanon, that has this arsenal that is not the Lebanese army, that was given to them by the Islamic regime of Iran, and then they're also the ones who support all of these different proxies around. So I am not a supporter of the Israeli government right now. I have stated that openly. I'm not a supporter of the Prime Minister of Israel. In this specific situation of what Hezbollah is doing, I don't actually see that we have any really good options. It isn't like Hezbollah is going to stand up and say, I was wrong. I don't want to annihilate the Zionist entity. If they do so, I'm happy to sit down and speak with them. But in the meantime, I'm not going to let them do what they've done to my friends for the last 11 and a half months who have not been in their homes. They've been displaced for 11 and a half months because of Hezbollah and not because of anything else.
But Miri, let me press you on that a little bit. I mean, Hezbollah as an entity, the same with Hamas. You can degrade their opportunities to fire at you, but the philosophy is not going to stop. Is there a risk that being so decisive in this way as Israel has been actually has the counterproductive effect of increasing that anti-Israel sentiment?
So I'm going to push back at your question, because what I'm hearing sitting here in Tel Aviv, Israel right now is what you're telling me is don't do anything because then they attack you. So we don't do anything. And then I, Miri, received on October 7th from Hamas. And I know that Hezbollah was planning on October 7th to do so. They showed it overtly worldwide. This is a terror entity. Let's push back against them. Let's make sure that the voices that they say are not the ones that are echoed worldwide. I stand here and say that I support not just the Palestinian quest for freedom, but that doesn't mean I'm for Hamas, let alone Hezbollah, who call for the annihilation of Israel.
But well, I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm just here to ask the questions, by the way. What I'm actually doing is vocalising what our Prime Minister said to the UN earlier in the week while defending Israel's right to defend itself, which, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu referred to in his speech at the UN yesterday. Defend or not means Israel wouldn't exist if it didn't defend itself. However, it was a ceasefire. And
one of the things I learned from Prime Minister Olmert at the time that I was working with him in 2006 is the term that you can't defend yourself, build a wall against everything. And I agree, at the end, we're going to arrive at diplomacy. The question is, if that diplomacy is right now, or if that diplomacy is something that you do after the terror entity feels that it's hurting. I say very sadly, what I have learned as an expert about terrorists worldwide is that in diplomacy, they thrive, they grow, they build their arsenal, and sadly, they do on October 7th. So that is, I say it as a very sad matter-of-fact way that you cannot do only diplomacy. It isn't either or. And I think that those who say only diplomacy are closing their eyes to the threat, and those that say only through military capabilities are closing their eyes to the fact that at the end, we're going to arrive at diplomacy. It's not either or.
Does Benjamin Netanyahu want diplomacy at all?
He has sent Ron Dermer, one of his ministers, to go and talk. It's a very close advisor. And I said clearly, I'm not a supporter of this prime minister, but this war is a war that we've never had before. We've never fought a war for 11 and a half months, and nobody in that sense has fought a war on their own territory against terrorist entities, Hamas in the south, Palestinian Islamic Jihad as well, let alone Hezbollah. So I don't know where this goes. How do you deter terrorists from what they do? And I clearly state they are terrorists. They're not militants. They call for our annihilation. They've been attacking civilian sites in Israel every single day for the last 11 and a half months and before. I don't have good answers. It's both diplomacy, but it's also a lot of capabilities against their violence.
Miri, let me just finish off with one more question on the wider perspective. I heard an Israeli speaking a bit earlier on who lives close to the Lebanese border, who missed those days when Lebanese people would come over, they would work together, they would drink coffee. He missed those days of being able to go to Beirut for the weekend. Doesn't that just suggest the truth that the majority of Lebanese people, Israeli people, Palestinian people don't want any of this fighting anymore, and they really just want to live in peace?
We haven't wanted it for years. Go read the Hamas charter, go into the Hezbollah website. They call for our annihilation. That's not a cry for peace.
Miri Eisen, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our international correspondent, John Sparks, is in Beirut now. And, John, things have moved very quickly since those strikes on Beirut last night and the plumes of smoke we saw hanging over the city.
Yeah, they sure have. I mean, the last week, in fact, in Beirut has been something of a whirlwind, really. The Israelis taking out senior commanders, senior Hezbollah commanders, and then this morning confirming from their intelligence that they have killed Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah. I think important to say that we've heard absolutely nothing on the fate of Nasrallah from Hezbollah. We got a statement from them on an unrelated matter. They said that they were continuing to fire into northern Israel as a response to Israeli attacks on civilians, completely unrelated to what the Israelis were saying this morning. And I think fear will be building and concern and anger will be building here in Beirut and around the country amongst their rank and file supporters, amongst their members. I think one question I have is how will they react if and when Hezbollah confirm the death of their leader? I think that's a key question. What happens? I think the Israeli strategy here, very interesting to hear your guest. She was saying, look, eventually there will be a ceasefire, there will be discussions, there will be negotiations. But, Netanyahu's strategy here has been escalate to de-escalate, to attack forcefully, to take out a large swathe of Hezbollah's senior leadership in the belief that that will force Hezbollah to back down, to retreat behind the Litani River, which is about 30 kilometers behind the frontier at the moment that both sides have been fighting over. Will they achieve their goals through taking out Hassan Nasrallah? I think it's a really important question, just as likely in my mind to fuel a massive response from Hezbollah. How do they do that when they've lost a big swathe of their top leaders? They've lost their their communications system. I mean, remember the booby-trapped pagers and walkie-talkies. I mean, this is a highly vulnerable organization. But you know what? There's going to be a succession plan there, right? I mean, Nasrallah in his speech has said, look, it's par for the course. Senior Hezbollah leaders get assassinated by the Israelis. Someone will replace me. Same thing for his senior commanders. They will be replaced, and the organization is likely not to step back, in my mind, but to adapt. It may go back to its roots. It may seek to become more like a guerrilla organization without the formal structure that it has at the moment of senior leaders looking after various military divisions. Is the Israeli calculation right? I'm really not sure. I think we'll get a response from Hezbollah, that is for certain.
John, thank you very much indeed. So, who exactly was Hassan Nasrallah? Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah, in fact, became leader of the Shia militant group Hezbollah back in 1992. He was aged just 32 at the time, after his predecessor, as John alluded to there, was assassinated in an Israeli helicopter strike. Nasrallah hasn't been seen in public for years, more than a decade, in fact, over assassination attempt fears. Instead, he has been mostly seen in stage-managed live streams to his followers. With the support of Iran, he transformed Hezbollah into the most powerful paramilitary group in the Middle East and a leading political force too inside Lebanon. And under Nasrallah's leadership, Hezbollah has helped train Hamas fighters as well as militias in Iraq and in Yemen as well. He's also been able to secure missiles and rockets from Iran for use against Israel. The Israel Defense Forces posted a photo online writing, "We searched up, dismantled on the internet. This is the picture that came up." Well, let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who is in Haifa in northern Israel. And Alistair, let's just talk about that IDF post. I mean, they've been pretty surgical in terms of who they've targeted in the past few days, and now they've lopped off the head of the organisation.
The Israelis clearly have an intelligence source close to the leadership of Hezbollah. There can, I imagine, be no other explanation as to how they have so successfully killed so many senior commanders and now Hassan Nasrallah, all in the space of under a fortnight. And that in and of itself is part of the bigger story right now, because we speak about Hezbollah's ability to coordinate and communicate following the pager attacks, the walkie-talkie attacks, a series of assassination strikes, and then ultimately the killing of Hassan Nasrallah. But it's not just the commanders and the senior officials who remain. It's the doubt, the mistrust that now must exist within the remaining upper ranks of Hezbollah, because someone or some people are feeding information to the Israelis so that they can carry out these strikes. And Hezbollah has lost its ability to communicate pretty much using mobile phone technology, using pagers, using walkie-talkies. It's lost most of its decision makers, and now it will have also lost trust in who is around them. And all of those factors taken together mean that it has been an incredibly destabilizing couple of weeks for Hezbollah. And the big question mark, what happens next?
Well, thank you very much indeed for now. Alistair, you're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, the Israeli military says it has killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. What does this escalation in conflict, though, mean for the wider region?
I'm Katie Spencer, and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent. When you think of Glastonbury, it's mud you want and music. They're going to cross to us live in a minute. Thank you so much. Brad Pitt is now a prolific producer behind the scenes.
It's not a mystery to me. We always were capable of doing this.
Oh, they're wonderful children as an audience.
Who did that? Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise. This is the story of the night.
And it's the little independent film that could.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
Nor have I ever struck any woman in my life.
There's this illusion of power.
Are you feeling well?
I remember covering the Oscars and that now infamous moment, the Will Smith slap. Nobody could quite believe that it happened. You can tell from these crowds just how excited people are for the return of Pride.
These actors playing the lead roles were born long after the Sex Pistols broke up.
Are you pleased that you did say yes to the job?
I've never regretted it.
As a team, we've interviewed some of the biggest stars in the world. It can be incredibly surreal being swept up in their world, but we try to give you an honest sense of how these people really are.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
Don't leave me.
Yeah, okay.
There's no easy goodies. There's no easy baddies.
I've had a great time here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis, up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live.
Joins us live.
All in one place, and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
More now on our top story this afternoon. The Israeli military said today that it has killed the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. The IDF said he was, in their words, eliminated in an airstrike on Hezbollah's headquarters in part of Beirut yesterday afternoon. His fate has not yet been confirmed by the Lebanese militant group that he was a leader of, but Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, condemned what he called Israel's ruling terrorist gang and said that all the forces of resistance stood alongside Hezbollah. This was the Israel Defense Forces statement from earlier today. The IDF announces that yesterday, September the 27th, 2024, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organization and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF, together with Ali Karki, the commander of Hezbollah's southern front, and additional Hezbollah commanders, following precise intelligence from the IDF and Israeli security establishment. IAF fighter jets conducted a targeted strike on the central headquarters of the Hezbollah terrorist organization, which was located underground, embedded under a residential building in the area of Dania in Beirut. The strike was conducted while Hezbollah's senior chain of command were operating from the headquarters and advancing terrorist activities against the citizens of the State of Israel. Joining me now is journalist and author Gideon Levy, a columnist for the Haaretz newspaper. Gideon, thank you very much for your time. First, your reaction to what Israel has done in relation to killing Hassan Nasrallah.
It's very hard because Israel is so happy this morning and so proud. And you ask yourself, is it really a solution for anything? Is Israel this morning in a better position than on Friday morning? I mean, we don't face the risks and the dangers. And where are we aiming? Nobody knows where are we aiming. Not to speak about the figures of the killing around Nasrallah, which are not yet clear, but we might face quite big and horrible figures. But let's put this aside. Did we kill Hitler? What's this happiness? I cannot understand it. He was a bitter enemy of Israel, and he deserves death. But this is a solution. This is the solution for where we are standing now, stuck in Gaza without any knowledge how to get out of it. The West Bank is almost boiling and almost exploding. In Lebanon, we are on the eve of a ground operation, and Iran is heating up. So what did we gain exactly?
Well, it's a good point. Israel didn't admit responsibility, but Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated in Iran, and that meant Yahya Sinwar, the architect of the October the 7th attacks, took his place. We see with Hezbollah as well. You cut off one head, another one grows in its place. Do you think this is just history repeating itself then?
It's not a question of what I think. It's a question of it's a matter of fact. Look at the history. Also, Nasrallah came to power after the assassination of the former leader of Hezbollah, and Nasrallah was much more dangerous for Israel than the one before him. So assassinations, I mean, I don't want even to speak about legitimacy, even though it is a question. I can just imagine myself what would happen if Hezbollah would have murdered Israeli prime minister. But let's put this aside. It's a war. It's a dirty business. But how clever is it? Because we are now facing new challenges after the killing. Hezbollah is not beaten. Hezbollah has over 100,000 troops. They are not going home. They will not forget. They will not give up, I'm afraid.
Your fellow columnist in Haaretz, Jack Khoury, is saying Israel is taking revenge on Beirut today, but the key to resolving the conflict still lies in Gaza. I mean, Hezbollah started its attack on Israel the day after the October the 7th attacks and only said it would stop if there was a ceasefire decided with Hamas. Do you think how Israel operates inside Gaza now is still the key to all of this?
First of all, Matt, you are totally right. The name of the game is taking revenge, is punishing. But is it a rational behavior of a state? I can understand sentiments of individuals. They want to take revenge. But a state cannot be motivated by this. And coming back to your question, I still believe, maybe it's too late, but Nasrallah, the late Nasrallah, was very clear about it. Stop the war in Gaza, and you'll get ceasefire in Lebanon. Israel doesn't want to stop the war in Gaza. God knows why. Because it will not achieve anything anymore in Gaza except of more bloodshed by both sides, by the way. The hostages are today far from being released than ever. And we are facing really a crazy and very explosive reality.
Let me ask you, as you are there in Tel Aviv, and we've seen Hezbollah rockets increase in their frequency and go further than we'd seen in recent months, certainly beyond Haifa most recently. Do you feel safer now or less safe?
Surely less safe. I mean, any Israeli feels this morning less safe. My neighbors invited me already to their shelter, and everyone knows that we will get there because there will be a retaliation. Nobody has doubts about it, and nobody has doubts that the capabilities are still there. Maybe they are much weaker, but nothing will stop Hezbollah continuing. Now they have even a bigger motivation after Israel had done what it had done. So no, we are much less safe here, and we might get even more in danger if, God forbid, it will turn into a regional war. And then I want to get the explanation why was it such a hell of a success to kill Hassan Nasrallah, who was, as I said before, who deserves this, but to be happy about it, to see it as an achievement, a victory. This morning, one of the reporters of one of the major TV channels spread chocolates to the citizens in Tel Aviv as a sign of joy. What reason do we have to be happy now?
But the alternative point of view is that it might not escalate. I mean, we're seeing that Israel's approach to Lebanon seems to be to escalate, to therefore de-escalate, calling their bluff, perhaps, calling Iran's bluff. We've seen that in recent months, haven't we? We've seen the rocket attack from Iran, probably knowing full well that Iron Dome would prevent it from landing and harming Israelis. Is there a case to be put that Israel knows more than you or I realise? We've seen that with the pager attacks. We've seen that with the intelligence, as my colleague Alistair Bunkle mentioned a few moments ago, that seemed to suggest someone is at the top that knows what's going on. Israel knows more, and it's calling the bluff of Iran and its proxies.
In all the wars of Israel, there was always met this moment in which you felt, oh, maybe it's worth it. Maybe we are really achieving some strategic goals. Maybe this will be the solution. But those moments pass very quickly because the thought that Hezbollah will give up, it's a guerrilla organization. They never give up. They can stop for a while, they can hide, but they will not stop. And the motivation now is much stronger. maybe Iran and Hezbollah were a bluff. Maybe they are much weaker than we were told. And still they can make so much damage, which is not necessary. By the end of the day, one thing must be clear. Wars will not solve any problem. And again, Israel says only by war we will solve the problems. They are real problems. I don't underestimate them. They should be solved. But war is not the only tool, and many times shouldn't be the first tool to try to solve them. Israel again and again is taking enormous risks in wars which it doesn't know how they will end, and never is ready to take a risk for a settlement, for a political settlement, for a just settlement.
Gideon Levy, appreciate your time this lunchtime. Thank you so much for joining us from Tel Aviv on Sky News today. And we have a new line to bring you as well, coming from the Middle East. And Hezbollah is now confirming that its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, has been killed. Hezbollah has confirmed what the IDF already claimed, and also Iran already responded to, is that Hassan Nasrallah, their leader, has been killed. You would presume, of course, in those rocket attacks focused on Hezbollah's headquarters in the capital, Beirut. So Hezbollah confirming now that its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, the man on your screen right now, who'd been there since the age of 32 as the leader, since the previous leader of Hezbollah was also assassinated, he has now confirmed to have been killed by the organisation which he ran. Welcome back. The breaking news this afternoon has been about the fate of the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. Let's have a look at some of the key developments. And the IDF announced earlier on this morning that Hassan Nasrallah had been killed in an airstrike in Beirut yesterday afternoon at Hezbollah's underground headquarters in a part of Beirut called Dania. Israel's Defense Force says it is now on high alert and ready for wider escalation. Hezbollah says it has targeted Israeli sites in response to Israel's attacks on civilians, in its words. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been moved to a secure location, according to sources reported by Reuters. Also, in the last few moments, Hezbollah itself has confirmed that Hassan Nasrallah was killed. They've put out a rather lengthy statement. I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but I will read you one of the paragraphs, which goes like this. His Eminence, the Master of Resistance, the righteous servant, has passed away to be with his Lord and to be pleased with him as a great martyr, a heroic, daring, brave, wise, insightful and faithful leader, joining the caravan of martyrs of the eternal luminous Kabbalah in the divine path of faith in the footsteps of the prophets and imams martyrs. So that's just one section of Hezbollah's lengthy statement confirming the death of Hassan Nasrallah. Let's go back to Beirut. Our international correspondent John Sparks is there. And the latest now from Hezbollah itself, John, confirming that their leader of many years has indeed been killed.
Yeah, hi, Matt. Just to bring you up to date, we have heard gunfire in the area where we are. Also, what appears to be additional Israeli strikes. I can see dust and smoke coming out of the neighborhood behind us. Let me step out of the way so you can have a better look. We are looking south towards South Beirut. I can see multiple locations where dust, smoke is now rising skyward. It looks like additional Israeli attacks. We're looking at Dahia. We're staring in the direction of the Hezbollah-controlled area or district in South Beirut. We have also heard gunfire just in the last couple of minutes as this announcement, this lengthy announcement was made. Clearly, a big question is how will the membership, how will supporters of Hezbollah react to this? And we just don't know the answer to this. I mean, I'm sure a gamut of emotions will be on display here in Beirut and the rest of the country, ranging from shock and disbelief to real anger as well. He was revered. He was charismatic. He ran an organization that was strictly hierarchical. He stood at the top. We're talking about a political, military, religious organization, and he was at the top of the pyramid. He was loved and revered by his supporters. So I think an unpredictable moment here on the streets of Beirut right now and in the rest of the country.
Well, on the streets of Beirut is our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, who is on the outskirts of Dahia. We will speak to her shortly. But, John, before we do, just a couple more questions. We have seen a response as well already from Iran, from Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who we understand has also been moved to a secure location in response to what's happened.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the response from the Iranians requires some interpretation, but he was basically pledging his full support to Hezbollah. It appeared on first reading that the Iranians were prepared to support and endorse Hezbollah carrying on the fight. It didn't seem to contain a direct threat towards Israel. That was my initial reading of the statements that have come from Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. But clearly that's the question that a lot of people are asking themselves right now. Where do we go when we have seen the assassination of the leader, one of the pivotal, most charismatic leaders of the so-called axis of resistance, as they describe themselves? Where do we go now? It's very difficult to say. on the perspective of the Iranians. They have not played a hugely meaningful role in this conflict, the conflict in Gaza, the war, the tit-for-tat war that Hezbollah and Israel have been fighting. It appears at first reading that will remain the same, that Hezbollah will carry out the burden of the fighting in this conflict. The Israeli strategy here is to escalate to de-escalate, to force Hezbollah to back down. I don't think there's any guarantee of that happening.
John, for the time being, thank you very much indeed. I think we can cross now to our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, I mentioned, is on the outskirts of Dahir. Alex, the situation there right now?
Yeah, an airstrike's just happened just a few moments before. You can see plumes of smoke in the distance. It's actually dissipated a little, but there's lots of fires burning as well. And as soon as that official statement came out from the Hezbollah media office, there was an immediate firing of guns that we could hear right down where Dahir was. Women started crying. Lebanese journalists burst into tears. I think we've got to remember that Hassan Nasrallah occupied a particularly unique position, not just in the Hezbollah militant group. He was the leader of it, one of the founders. He was considered a military strategist of some repute, but he was also their religious leader as well as the head of their political movement. You can hear people shouting in the background, women shouting. There will be a huge swathe of Dahir in particular amongst his very ardent, fervent supporters and loyalists who will feel that they have lost an incredible leader who survived for more than 30 years, who has put the position, made the Hezbollah group the power base that it is. He also has a very strategic and important connection, link, allegiance with Iran and Iran's leaders. So he also strategized and was particularly influential in organizing, coordinating a number of militant groups across this region, including those in Iraq. He sent fighters to Syria during the civil war and still has many fighters there, Hezbollah fighters there. He's got a big connection with the Yemeni Houthis. He is a fundamental position.
Well, I think we've lost our connection there to Alex on the outskirts of Dahir in southern Beirut, which is where this man was based when targeted yesterday by Israeli missiles. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, who has been killed, confirmed by all parties, the IDF and now Hezbollah itself. I think we can go back to Alex. And Alex, if you can hear me, look, as we've seen in recent days with senior leaders in Hezbollah being killed, well, funerals follow soon after. Will that be another focal point in the coming hours and days?
That's going to be a huge focal point. But right now, I think, honestly, we can't underestimate the severity of what's happened here. There has been a monumental change and shift, an earthquake-size shift now with what's happened. And it will have massive reverberations, not just in Lebanon, but there will be severe reverberations here. We're all already hearing the spray of gunfire down there. I would not be surprised if people took to the streets very quickly and chaos ensued. There's going to be an outpouring of grief, an outpouring of anger. We're already seeing the tip of that anger just now. There are Lebanese journalists who are crying. You know, the Al-Mana TV, the Hezbollah television channel, has immediately switched to recitings of the Quran. Iran is likely to be not only grief-stricken, but also seriously angry and provoked by this as well. There's all those partners that are part of the axis of resistance, which make up a number of different extremist militant groups across a different group of countries, all across here, are going to be mobilized now. So, yeah, there will be a focus on the funeral and what happens and who replaces Hassan Nasrallah. But there is a fervency amongst his power base, amongst his supporters, that is hard to qualify. It's a fervency. It's an absolute religious fanaticism. He was seen as not just their political head, not just their military head, but their religious head as well. Every speech he gave, you saw hundreds, thousands of people vowing that they were ready to die. He gave incredible speeches saying that he was prepared to die, that this was a fight that they all needed to bond together with. And Hezbollah within Lebanon not only has a very strong military base, it's more powerful than the Lebanese army, much more powerful than the Lebanese army. It controls sections of the country that is beyond the Lebanese government and beyond the Lebanese army's control, that is going to strike fear into the heart of many people. But it also has a very strong political base as well. It's got MPs, some of which form part of the government. Hassan Nasrallah himself was a man that the Lebanese government and key people within the Lebanese parliament were able and had a relationship with amongst the Hezbollah had a relationship, and they knew what they were dealing with over many decades, and they were able to communicate Hezbollah's key aims. And one of the key aims, and the reason he is seen as the key in this, amongst his power base and amongst his supporters, he's seen as the top freedom fighter, trying to push out Israel from key parts of Lebanon and having pushed them out before in the past when they invaded. So his loss, as you can hear from the sound of gunfire down in Dahir below, is going to cause a lot of almost anarchy and chaos, I would anticipate.
Alex, thank you. We know the response has gone far and wide. We're just hearing Iraq's most powerful Shiite cleric, Muqtada al-Sadr, has mourned the death of Hassan Nasrallah on social media as well. You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, Hezbollah has confirmed its leader, Hassan Nasrallah, has been killed in an Israeli airstrike in Beirut. In other news, a return to the royal spotlight for the King and Queen on their visit to the Scottish Parliament today.
Weeknights on Sky News.
This is your chance. Tell people.
Welcome to the Politics Hub.
Our police force has apologised. If you want to find out about Grimsby, you come to the docks.
I'm live in Jerusalem.
Are you not concerned that that could lead to all-out war?
Hello there, good evening. There are fears of an upsurge in violence. What's at stake here?
You are watching the press preview, a first look at the front pages as they arrive.
Mayhem in the Middle East, rippling in America's West.
Get back! Get back!
The resolve of these protesters is now being seriously tested. I saw police being forced or pushing young men and women to the ground as they made almost 100 arrests.
None of this is a peaceful protest.
I'm Martha Kellner and I'm Sky's US correspondent based here in Los Angeles. How are you feeling?
I am angry.
It is an anti-woman agenda.
Sky News, get the full story first.
Will the cold affect your voters?
Well, we have a lot of tremendous support, but it's nasty out there.
Can you beat Donald Trump, Governor? President Biden, do you trust President Xi? President Biden says that this meeting went well. He said real progress was made on a whole host of issues. Will your candidates win?
I hope so. I think they will. I think they're great candidates.
There's no doubt that Kamala Harris and her team are harnessing the power of social media. Do you think Kamala is brat?
Kamala's brat.
Are you scared?
Yeah, we were scared. It was terrible. Strong wind, building tearing down.
As them say, our God works, so we can't do nothing.
The people here know that worse storms may well be on their way. Free, wherever you get your news.
Excited.
I've had
severe nightmares of these people coming in and just taking me in the middle of the night.
Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to all 6 charges against her. Mum, how are you feeling today?
Jeffrey said, you answer to Gideon, you just don't cross her.
The King and Queen are in Scotland, where in the past hour they've attended a ceremony to mark 25 years of devolution at Holyrood in Edinburgh. Charles and Camilla were at the Scottish Parliament for today's anniversary.
بشكل أساسي. هذا الاستهداف اللي حصل أدى إلى أولاً سقوط هذا المبنى المؤلف من 3 أو هذا المربع المؤلف من 3 مباني، إضافة أيضاً إلى اشتعال مبنى كان ملاصق له لأنه هو في بداخله كرتون، هو على ما يبدو أنه مخزن للكرتون. اشتعل هذا المخزن بنتيجة النيران، ومن بعد اشتعال هذا المخزن يعني الحريق أدى إلى تصدع في المبنى موجود خلفه وانهار بشكل كامل، وبالتالي الحصيلة بتكون احتراق مبنى، تضرر أكثر من مبنى نتيجة الحريق، انهيار 3 مباني اللي هن مستهدفين بشكل أساسي، ومبنى خلفي على ما يبدو أنه هو لم تكن بنيته يعني قوية ما فيه الكفاية، لأنه أدت إلى النيران إلى تصدع هذا المبنى. أثناء قيام فريق الدفاع المدني بعملية إخماد النيران في المبنى اللي عم نتحدث عنه، حصل نوع من الانفجار بداخله، ما أدى إلى يعني ما استوجب إخلاء هذه النقطة من قبل الدفاع المدني، كان عم بيقوم بعملية إخماد النيران بنتيجة يعني الحريق الذي شب في الداخل والانفجارات التي شبت. وأثناء كمان تواجدنا في تلك النقطة كانت هذه الانفجارات المنبعثة من داخل المبنى لا تزال كانت مستمرة، في انتظار أن تتضح أكثر الصورة من بعد ما يتم تبريد هذه النقطة أو هذا المصنع، أو عفوا ليس المصنع، تبريد هذه النقطة المستهدفة من قبل الطيران الإسرائيلي، والتي أدت كما ذكرنا إلى سقوط 3 مبنى بشكل كامل، 3 مباني بشكل كامل، ومبنى خلفه وتضرر مباني أخرى. إذا هذه هي الصورة ندى بهذه الأثناء الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. إضافة إلى كمان بس بدنا نشير قبل الختام إنه فور صدور البيان الرسمي لنعي الأمين العام سمعت أصوات إطلاق نار من ناحية الضاحية الجنوبية فور إعلان الرسمي لاستشهاد السيد حسن نصر الله. هلا بدي ارجع اطلع.
شرموطة. بس هي شو الغارة طلعت هون هلا؟
هيدا اللي هون ما عرفت الموضوع.
لا هون بالنص بس اختفت دغري، لا دخنت ولا عملت.
بس ما افتكر لانه هون ليش عم بيسألونا إذا ضربوا المطار؟
لأنه كان هونيك الضرورة، لأنه كانت هونيك الضرورة.
كان في شيء مبين هونيك؟
هون ضربت.
لا بعيدة لك الدخنة بعيدة.
هديك المطار مش هي.
بس هيدي بشويفات. لا هي
مش هيدي.
لا مش هون.
هيدي.
هذا معمل غندور ولا عم الصبح هيدي مثل محل ما عم بقول لك صح.
وين؟
يعني شايفة هي البناية اللي هون على السقف؟ هون على وحدة. على الشمال شوي. هونيك لجوا.
اوكي بس المطار هونيك.
ايه بس مبين حده.
هون اللوجو العالم. وحياتي خلقت هذا بلاش. انا فشتش كل بعض.
لا رب بمشي ارضي بتطلع بعض.
لا بدهم بعد سوري شو بدنا نعمل يعني؟ ايوه سوري انت كملتي كده ولا هيك؟
اثنيناتهم
شو رجعت مشيت الفرجي؟
تعرف بتنزل عشية نزل عشية بتنزل عشية
هلا؟ هلا لا
أي ساعة
هو انا مش انه بدي انزل على الشيح بعد هلا نحن كانت على اساس انه بدي وقت صار شيء نزل هلا ما بنقدر على الشيح اذا صار شيء بدنا نتحرك ما كان بدنا هون
خلص ماشي بحكيك الان اوكي خلص ما بدي احلف قلت خلص ماشي هسه بحكيك ما بدي احلف ولا بحكيك ما بدي احلف ما بدي احلف خلص هلا مش وقته هالموضوع هلا بعدين بحكيك هلا نحن وين عم تسمع طب خلص طيب ماشي خلص طيب ماشي لا هون لا بس حبيبتي ما حاجه لو في الو خلص طيب سكر هلا بنشوف الو يا اختي على من الله خلص يا حبيبتي هلا خلص تشوف ماشي
ايه
اعطيني تليفونك مع البيان
انتوا شو بدكم ياني اللي بعد لانه جو بده يبدل هو وتوني عضل فمضطر
لا بدي مقطع منه بس
خليني اشوفه بس تعال اساله ثانيه وحده وينه جو
نعم أبدأ من البيان الذي صدر عن الإدارات الإعلامية في حزب الله والذي زفر فيه الأمين العام لحزب الله السيد حسن نصرالله سيد الشهداء على طريق القدس ونعزي الأمة الإسلامية ونعزي القومة الإسلامية بهذا المصاب الجلل.
Nasrallah, the leader of the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, is killed in an Israeli airstrike. His death, first claimed by Israel and now confirmed by Hezbollah, was this attack on the group's headquarters in Beirut yesterday afternoon. Applause in Israel, but fury from the country's enemies, as Iran's supreme leader says the forces of resistance stand alongside Hezbollah. Israel's airstrikes inside Lebanon continue, and a Lebanese minister tells us he intervened to stop an Iranian plane landing in Beirut.
I'm Matt Barbett. Also on Sky News today, the King and Queen return to the royal spotlight, celebrating 25 years of the Scottish Parliament.
Hello and welcome to our live and continuous coverage of the developments here in Beirut. And breaking news this morning following the IDF confirming that Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime leader, was killed in a series of airstrikes on southern Beirut yesterday. Let's just show you those images, those dramatic images of the airstrikes that took place yesterday, which really rocked the capital here, Beirut. You can see the images there. We saw them take place. There was a plume of smoke from where we're standing now, and of course the devastation that followed in a densely populated area in southern Beirut, the suburb of Dahia, which is also a Hezbollah stronghold, but confirmation from the Israel Defense Forces. And let's just show you the statement from earlier today, where the IDF announced that yesterday, September the 27th, 2024, Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of the Hezbollah terrorist organization and one of its founders, was eliminated by the IDF together with a top commander, Ali Karaki. He was Hezbollah's Southern Front commander, alongside other additional Hezbollah commanders. The IDF say they were targeting Hezbollah's central headquarters, what they say of the Hezbollah terrorist organization, following precise intelligence from the IDF and Israeli security establishment, which they warned yesterday as well in their statements that they say was located underground, embedded under a residential building in the suburb of Dahia in southern Beirut. The strike was conducted while Hezbollah's senior chain of command, they say, were operating from the headquarters and advancing terrorist activities against the citizens of the State of Israel. Let's just show you the scene in the Beirut suburb of Dahia after the strikes took place. There was confusion. The people here felt terrorized after Israel issued another warning, another statement telling people to leave the area because they were going to continue their airstrikes. And throughout the night, in the early hours of the morning, we saw a number of strikes here on southern Beirut as people were scrambling, leaving their homes after that statement was issued by the IDF in the dead of night, telling people to leave their homes. Let's just show you those images of the traffic jams in Beirut earlier today. People sleeping in parks and in the center of the town overnight with the clothes on their backs. They left their homes after the warning from the IDF that they needed to leave as soon as possible because more strikes were imminent. They said that they were targeting Hezbollah command center after that series of strikes on Hassan Nasrallah. So a dramatic night here in Beirut. And we've also heard from Iran's supreme leader who responded to the death of Hezbollah's leader. Let's just show you that statement as well. Actually, you're looking at people fleeing the area, the traffic jam, trying to get to some safety to the shelters. But as I said, Iran's supreme leader has responded to the death of Hezbollah's leader. Ayatollah Khamenei said, "By the grace of God, Lebanon will make the invading, wicked and discredited enemy regret their actions. The fate of this region will be determined by the forces of resistance with Hezbollah at the forefront." So a statement there from Iran's supreme leader, who we understand is currently in a safe place. Reuters news agency was reporting earlier that he has been taken to some kind of safe space, probably a bunker, a compound, because they do feel vulnerable. They do feel under threat. Iran has issued a statement saying that they are talking to their allies to discuss what the next steps will be. But right now, what we are seeing and what we've seen over the course of the last week, that Israel is on a rampage. They first targeted Hezbollah fighters with pages and walkie-talkies exploding. Thousands of people were injured in that. Hezbollah fighters alongside citizens then targeted strikes on neighborhoods in southern Beirut where they said top commanders were hiding and holding meetings against the interests of Israel and planning further attacks on Israel. And then overnight, this massive, dramatic escalation. Hezbollah's longtime leader, 64-year-old Hassan Nasrallah, has been killed. Confirmation from Hezbollah as well in the last half hour that their leader has been killed. Let's go to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who joins us now from Haifa. And Ali, Israel is emboldened. In many ways, they would liken this, and they have in the course of the last year, as their 9/11 moment. The IDF issued another statement in the last half hour saying, "We will go after everyone, everywhere." Quite a dramatic escalation overnight, and those strikes on southern Beirut continue.
Well, since October the 7th, the Israeli government has warned any enemy of Israel, that it would be targeted and would not go unpunished. They failed to get the leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, but they have now successfully killed the leader of a far bigger Iranian proxy group, a far more formidable enemy, Hassan Nasrallah, the General Secretary of Hezbollah. It's been confirmed by Hezbollah now, it's been confirmed by the Iranians, and the region is on edge to see what happens next. The region is at a crossroads. This is a pivotal moment, whichever way you look at it. It's not an exaggeration. Iran will now be closely involved in the coming hours and days. Iran has sought to remain largely out of the fighting over the last year or so, obviously with the exception of that attack on Israel back in April and what it has been doing behind the scenes. But will Iran decide that now is the moment it can stay out of it no longer? Will Iran come to the aid of its major proxy that is now collapsing in order to try and prop it up? Or might Iran think that, for now at least, this battle is lost and it is the moment to try and pull back and preserve what is left of Hezbollah in order to rebuild it for another day? There are so many questions about what is going to happen next. Questions, of course, on the Israeli side as well. As you said, the momentum is with them. They feel that, but actually that is the reality. The momentum is with Israel. They have had a very successful 10, 12 days, probably more successful than they would have imagined only a couple of weeks ago. Do they persist with that air campaign that has managed to target, using precise intelligence, senior commanders of Hezbollah and Hezbollah's leader? Or do they take advantage of the current situation and send in ground forces? There'll be voices in Benjamin Netanyahu's ear arguing both ways. A ground invasion might seem tempting at the moment. It might seem like it is the quickest way to restore the situation that Israel demands. But a ground invasion would be a fight on Hezbollah's territory. It would be a fight in the hills of southern Lebanon. It'll be a fight amongst the villages and towns of southern Lebanon. And if it doesn't happen quickly, it'll be a fight in the brutal winter of southern Lebanon. And none of those are easy prospects for the Israeli military. An Israeli military that might be battle-hardened after a year of fighting, but is also pretty weary after a year of fighting. So calculations and considerations to be made on all sides.
Ali, thank you so much for bringing us up to date there from northern Israel. And northern Israel is the area where Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the IDF, the Israeli establishment say they are trying to take their citizens back to the area. They've been displaced, almost 80,000 people, since about October the 8th, where the threat of Hezbollah was present every single day. They say they want to return their citizens back to that area. But this dramatic escalation here, just in the last half hour, we have seen gunfire. We have heard gunfire in this area. You probably can't see it, but there was a plume of smoke behind the buildings there. So we continue to see and hear about blasts in southern Beirut taking place. The transport minister, the Lebanese transport minister, said that he personally intervened. He confirmed that to Sky News yesterday, preventing an Iranian plane from entering the skies here in Lebanon, following the Israelis' warning that they would meet any plane, any aircraft that arrives here in Lebanon, they suspect with weapons, they would meet it with force. Let's speak to my next guest now, Sami Nader, who is the director of the Levant Institute for Strategic Affairs, who joins me here. Thank you very much. Really good to see you, Mr. Nader. I mean, this is a dramatic escalation for this region. Just put into perspective for our audiences, Hassan Nasrallah, a long-time leader of Hezbollah. The idea of Hassan Nasrallah was actually bigger than Hassan Nasrallah himself.
Definitely. We're talking about a very charismatic leader, maybe the most charismatic since Abdel Nasser in the 60s. Something that in 2006 has been applauded by the whole Arab world, especially after he came out victorious of this war with Israel in 2006. Then things went sour for them, especially in the Sunni world after he got involved in the Syria war and got Sunni bloods on its hand. But still, he is a very important player, the number one player when it comes to Lebanese politics, but most importantly, he's the head of the Iranian project outside Iran. So this is the most important asset for Iran. They have been investing in Hezbollah for the last 4 decades, since the 80s. And now what is at stake is the whole Iranian project in the region. And one question is, what will be the impact on the war that is still going on between Lebanon and Israel? Now the top on command has was put out of the picture. What the impact will be on this war that's still keeping on, that has all the potential to widen into a full-blown war in the region, especially after the stance the Iranian supreme leader took and the statement they issued, where they vowed to continue the fight and to call to all Iranian allies in the region, meaning the Houthis, meaning those militia allied with Iran operating in Iraq, in Syria. All these arenas can flare up and propel the whole region into a nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about how revered Hassan Nasrallah was. To the West, he was a terrorist who had blood on his hands for the killing and murder of Israelis, Europeans, Americans. But here in the Arab world, he was revered and viewed as a charismatic leader who pushed Israel out in the year 2000 as well.
But things changed after the Syrian
war. I'm sorry. I'm just being told that Daniel Hagari, the spokesperson of the IDF, is currently speaking. We're just going to go to him live now. Let's just have a listen.
Syrians and other countless victims across the Middle East and beyond. Hezbollah, under the command of Hassan Nasrallah, joined Hamas in attacking Israel on October 8th. Just one day after Hamas's massacre on October 7th, for almost a year, Hezbollah, under the command of Hassan Nasrallah, has been firing thousands of rockets, suicide drones, anti-tank missiles, and ballistic missiles at Israeli towns and cities. 60,000 Israelis fled their homes in northern Israel. Hezbollah has openly declared that it has a plan to carry out its own October 7th massacre, on Israel's northern border, but even in a larger scale. They call this plan Conquer the Galilee. Hezbollah has been planning to do this in northern Israel. What Hamas did in southern Israel on October 7th, invade Israel, infiltrate civilian communities, and massacre innocent civilians. The Israel Defense Forces will not let it happen. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of an evil terrorist organization, the senior terrorists eliminated with him, and the central headquarters were a legitimate military target under international law. Nasrallah intentionally built Hezbollah's central headquarters under residential buildings in Dahia, Beirut, because Hezbollah intentionally uses Lebanese civilians as human shields. While Hezbollah seeks to maximize civilian harm, Israel seeks to minimize it. Our war is not with the Lebanese people. Our war is with Hezbollah. Hezbollah, under the command of Hassan Nasrallah, chose to join the war that Hamas started. There are consequences for that decision. Hezbollah is not just a threat to Israel. Hezbollah is not just a threat to the state of Lebanon. Hezbollah is a threat to the world backed by the regime in Iran. As of last night, Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, will no longer be able to terrorize the world. For Nasrallah's many victims over the decades, whether in Israel, Argentina, Bulgaria, Syria, or Lebanon itself, justice has been served. We warned the world countless times. Hezbollah is dragging the state of Lebanon and the entire region into a wider escalation. Israel does not seek a wider escalation. We seek two things: two simple things: to bring our hostages home for almost a year in Hamas captivity in all means, and to make sure that our borders are safe and secure for our citizens. Shabbat Shalom.
You were listening there to the Israeli military spokesperson speaking. He's been speaking over the course of the last few days. And Sami, I'm going to bring you back in. He said that our war is not with Lebanon, it is with Hezbollah. Hassan Nasrallah was among the biggest ever enemies of Israel. Israel will be feeling quite empowered in this moment. The big question is, what will Israel do next? But also, what will the Iranians do next?
Exactly. What Iran will do next, especially that a lot of questions were risen. I mean, in the last 2 days, why Iran is not intervening? Why, while the Dahi, the southern suburb of Beirut, has been subject to this amount of destruction, when all the key commanders of Hezbollah has been decimated? Why Iran has not reacted so far? All the red lines were crossed, and this is a question that is still present.
Do you think that's shocked Hezbollah? Because Hezbollah has been decapitated from
maybe
the
not
down.
Hezbollah, because he's aware that Iran has its own agenda, its own priority, but definitely it has a very sour impact on Hezbollah constituency, on Hezbollah supporters, on the Shia community, who some of them felt abandoned because they found themselves alone in fighting one of the most capable armies in the Middle East, not to say in the world.
We've seen more than 800 people killed, most of them civilians in the south of the country, 250,000 people displaced. We don't yet know what the exact death toll is. The health ministry is issuing some numbers and saying that 108 injured, 11 killed. But a lot of the emergency workers have had to clear the area because this area, the operation is ongoing. So we may not know for some time the exact death toll. And given the destruction, there are many people that would be killed under the rubble. But the question, as you say, is this has all been inflicted on Lebanese citizens, while Iran sends out statements and says Hezbollah will continue to drive this war.
Hezbollah and their allies, meaning that we will keep fighting with Arab people, whether Yemenis, Syrians, Iraqi, and Lebanese. And when it comes to the migration, the big concern is to be in face of an equation whereby you have displaced people versus displaced people, and the fear is that is designed to be that way, and those displaced people won't return before the displaced people in Israel come back to their houses. This is an equation that can be out of design to be put in place as a tool of deterrence.
Sami Nader, really good to have your thoughts and your analysis on the current developing situation. Thank you so much for your time. An incredibly dangerous moment for the region as the region waits to see what happens next. Stay with us. We've got lots more coming up after the break.
I'm Katie Spencer and I'm Sky News' arts and entertainment correspondent. When you think of Glastonbury, it's mud you want and music. They're going to cross to us live in a minute. Okay. Thank you so much. Brad Pitt is now a prolific producer behind the scenes.
It's not a mystery to me. We always were capable of doing this.
Oh, they're wonderful children as an audience.
Who did that? Maverick here on the red carpet. I'm so excited, Tom Cruise. This is the story of the night.
It's the little independent film that could.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
Nor have I ever struck any woman in my life.
There's this illusion of power.
Are you feeling well?
I remember covering the Oscars and that now infamous moment, the Will Smith slap. Nobody could quite believe that it had happened. You can tell from these crowds just how excited people are for the return of Pride.
These actors playing the lead roles were born long after the Sex Pistols broke up.
Are you pleased that you did say yes to the job?
I've never regretted it.
As a team, we've interviewed some of the biggest stars in the world. It can be incredibly surreal being swept up in their world, but we try to give you an honest sense of how these people really are.
Okay, I'll talk to you.
Don't leave me!
Yeah, okay.
There's no easy goodies. There's no easy baddies.
I've had a great time here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Our app gives you the very best of Sky News wherever you are. Breaking news, videos, analysis up at 6%. Podcasts, watching us live. Joins us live all in one place and all at just the touch of a screen. The Sky News app. Get the full story first.
Hello and welcome back to our continuous coverage of the developments here in Beirut. We announced a few hours ago that Hassan Nasrallah, the longtime leader of Hezbollah, was killed in a series of airstrikes in southern Beirut. The IDF confirmed it, and in the last half an hour or so, Hezbollah themselves have confirmed that he is dead. Since then, there have been a number of airstrikes on southern Beirut, and people have been told by the IDF to leave their homes, to evacuate, to get away from the bombardments and get themselves to safety, to be at least 500 meters away. And you can see these images of the traffic jam, the thousands of people. It's a densely populated residential area, and women, children, the elderly trying to get away, trying to get to some kind of safety in the shelters, which are already overwhelmed. 250,000 people on the move from the south of the country, 800 dead from the fighting and the bombardment in the south of the country since Monday. And we don't have a full confirmation of the death toll here, but the Lebanese health ministry says so far, even though the area has been evacuated, emergency workers aren't necessarily sifting through the rubble because it is still an area of operation for the IDF. So far, they're saying 11 dead and 76 injured from that bombardment yesterday, but the IDF has confirmed that a number of top commanders have been killed alongside Hassan Nasrallah. Well, let's bring in Olivia Le Providon from L'Orient today, the Lebanese daily newspaper. Olivia, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. We can see the terrified state of the city. I mean, we spoke last week about how anxious people are, how the uncertainty has gripped this city, but that has been further escalated with the practicality of what's going on, with the bombs still falling from overhead. People are trying to get away from it to some kind of safety.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we've really entered the worst case scenario situation. For 12 months, we have been trying to make contingency plans, wondering what could happen if this situation were to deteriorate. And now we are in that situation. We've seen overnight scores of people from Beirut's southern suburbs having to move within a matter of hours from their homes to Martyrs Square, a place which was the home of the 2019 revolution or attempted revolution among political activists taking shelter there. We've seen, hospitals, again, being overwhelmed with more people injured. And we are seeing right now, the reason why I'm actually doing this report inside is because I've been hearing gunfire in the area where I'm living, people reacting directly to the death of Hassan Nasrallah, who I think it's important to say had a kind of complex he was perceived in a complex way here. Among his supporters, he was revered, a cult-like figure, but he also managed to reach out and he built bridges with people from other communities, not just the Shia community, but also Christian and Sunni. He was seen as kind of the defender of Lebanon against Israel in terms of protecting its borders. Also, at the same time, someone who was deeply unpopular, and there had been waves of criticism in the past 12 months, warning Nasrallah against getting involved in a conflict with Israel's support of Hamas because of the fears as now. That could be an all-out war.
Yeah, Olivia, we too have been hearing gunfire here where we are, and it is a very tense moment as so many people, as you say, remain displaced. We're looking at images of children in the streets with their families sleeping outside overnight following the threat of more aerial strikes. And that's what the Israelis have said, that they need to continue their campaign to completely, as they say, neutralize Hezbollah further, which creates so much fear here and terror among the Lebanese people.
Yeah, and I think this is what people who I've been speaking to, I met some displaced people yesterday in the north of Sidon, and what they were thinking is that
I'm sorry, Olivia. We're having a lot of difficulty with your connection there. I'm just going to talk to these pictures that we're seeing at the moment, and hopefully your line will stabilize. But we're seeing, thousands of people who've fled their homes following the announcement by the IDF around midnight last night. Many people were asleep, and they were told to get out of their homes, get away from the bombardment. All eyes now on Iran, and Iran's foreign ministry says that the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah's, quote, path will continue and his goal will be realized in Jerusalem's liberation. The Iraqis have come out and said that they are announcing 3 days of mourning over the death of Lebanon's Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah. That's come from the Prime Minister's office. So the region reacting to the death of a man and a leader who was viewed as a terrorist by the West. They say he has blood on his hands for the killing of Israelis, Europeans and Americans, but someone who was revered here for decades, but also divided opinion because of Hezbollah's involvement in the war in Syria, the war in Iraq, his militia fighting in those places, and the sectarian nature of that battle, especially in Syria when he and his forces stood alongside Bashar al-Assad. So a deeply divided leader and someone who was seen as revered in the Arab world. Hassan Nasrallah, 64 years old, was killed, assassinated by Israel following those airstrikes that took place early evening last night, about 6:15 in the evening. Let's just show you images of that blast that took place, the dramatic blast that took place yesterday in the southern suburbs of Beirut, where we then got confirmation that Hassan Nasrallah had been killed. You can see those images there now. And following that, the IDF said that they were targeting the headquarters of Hezbollah, and today they announced, alongside other leaders, that Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah was killed. Well, we'll have the highlights from this week's Politics Hub coming up in the next few minutes, but we're also following all the developments here on the ground. From the team and I, for now, goodbye. Politics Hub is next.
shit day, huh?
But the night wasn't that amazing either.
I mean, in general. So, was you gonna stay here for this?
No, I'm just doing a piece to camera, and then we're gonna go edit and gonna go live.
I'm gonna go to the mosque downtown. A lot of people there.
Yeah. You think it's gonna get wild tonight?
I don't know how much wilder it can get.
Can get wilder.
Always can. I just passed through Bahir, totally empty. It's fucking ghost town. Even the army isn't there anymore. It's crazy. I'm gonna try to go to the site if I can. I want to check if there are any more bombings coming up. Just want to get my ass struck. I came here to see if there's anything, but I don't hear the drones anymore, so that's a good sign. Yeah, man, they really pulled a number on this thing, huh? I mean, the site yesterday. You know, I've seen many airstrikes in my time. Nothing like this. It's like you know, man. I mean, there was no rubble. There wasn't rubble. There was dirt. Yeah, it was like dirt on the ground. You know, it was like this. Yeah. Like there was a mountain instead of a building. I mean, it just
remind me. I only saw your video and like the videos, but it remind me more of what I saw in Evacuations.
Yes, absolutely. That's like nothing there.
A bomb doesn't do it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like on one side of it, you know, I was looking at it, you know, and there's the big site, obviously that's a shit show. But you look to the left, and you see that the ground had basically sunk into like a crevice, and a tree was inside. You know, cars, trees. It was just incredible. That thing is still flaming up. It's from this basement. I drove near it today, this morning. It was just a big basement. The airport, I'm guessing there are no flights coming in. I haven't seen a single flight. I haven't seen any flight.
I booked on one on Tuesday.
Maybe not. Well, you know, once it calms down, I'll have you over, you know, smoking heat.
Sure. Take care. Zij op een heuvel buiten bij. Zij op een heuvel net buiten. Zij op een heuvel net buiten Beirut en vanuit hier heb je een groot uitzicht over de hele stad. Je ziet daar vechten, zie je liggen, daar zie je grote rookwolken vandaan komen. Dat is een van de locaties waar zo'n bombardement is geweest. Namelijk is niet de enige rookwolk. Als je over de route kijkt, zie je totaal zeker 10, 11 boomtuinen. Dat zijn allemaal verschillende locaties van verschillende bombardementen die vannacht en vandaag zijn uitgevoerd. Hier vandaag horen we ook een drone boven ons hoofd, continu. Die is nu weg. Dus dat soort van een klein beetje rust. Mensen denken dat misschien eventjes iets rustig blijft. Niemand weet of er nog meer luchtaanvallen aankomen of niet. Niet lekker, hè?
Nee. Ja, ik is niet beweging naar de rookplein, maar moest ik wacht eigenlijk.
Wat dacht je ook?
Vliegtuig. Ja, dat is ook gezegd. Dit stelde je net voor.
Oh nee, dat ga ik niet gewoon zeggen.
Oké.
Zal ik nog stil? Maar ik denk dat je even maar dat gaat even. Ik denk dus dat je moet beginnen op die, dan ons even samen in beeld. Dan ga ik zeggen dat het er 10, 11 zijn. Dan zeg ik iets over de hele avond en ook 's ochtends zijn we uitvaart geweest. Dan
ook veel meer. Kan je het ik sta hier.
Just happened. السلسلة yesterday.
هاي من امبارح. كل شيء عم نشوفه دخلنا من امبارح الا حتى هاي من امبارح.
عارف امبارح انا عايش تحت nee, was عشان ذاك
Het laatste bombardement is inmiddels een uur of wat geleden. Dat was daar in die wijk in de buurt van Tahir. Je ziet daar grote rookwolken. Maar dat is niet de ene. Er zijn de hele nacht en ook vanochtend zijn er luchtaanvallen uitgevoerd. Je ziet op zie je de resultaten van de andere bombardementen. Daar zie je grote rookwolken opstijgen van de locatie waar raketten is ingeslagen. En het is niet de enige rookwolk, maar de hele horizon zie je op dit moment rook opstijgen op verschillende plekken in Beirut. Want de hele nacht, maar ook vanochtend nog, zijn er nog airstrikes, luchtaanvallen uitgevoerd. De hele middag hoorden we vanmiddag een drone boven het hoofd. Dat geluid is in de weg. Dat zorgt ervoor dat mensen nu heel even hopen dat het rustiger blijft.
عارف انه على اساس انه نخلص اليوم يخلص الموضوع هلا بنقضيها بكره بنشوف الله ييسرها خلص
هناك شو هناك الشياح هناك الشياح بالصلاة هذا سيد جديد لا امبارح بعد بيقول يا اخي في حسن ناس قد الضاحية الصغيرة في حلق هون عنصر شوي فاتن لا يا اخي ظالم هذه الجامعة خلص استفاءات شو يا علي ضربوا شو هي الكهرباء شوية تبيناي وقعت بس تعال شوف يا ماشي تعال شوف وانا
لا هي جديدة
لا جديدة في قبل شوي ما كنت تحت أنا كنت
نزلت لتحت لعنده
متبين على المفرق
طلعوا أهلك من تحت يعني بيت العزيز الشيء ده ضربنا شوية
I'm gonna have to.
لا ما في كارت أربعة. أنا سجلت فيها كارت. أنا كنت مفكر في كارت طلع عملية فاضي.
نعم. الو معك. ايه صوت قدام الكاميرا. ايه صحيح.
انا اسف. لا احنا ما رح لا احكي لك ليه، لانه انا ما بعرف انت رح تطلع.
طب بدك
تكوني لايف واقعد اركض بالكاميرا.
شيلها لهونيك وقرب لهونيك.
والله
وقف على
بس انا فعلا ما بعرف انت رح تطلع لايف.
عكس التوى الشمس على العدسة.
هلا اتصلوا فيها قالوا لي بدي لايف، قلت لهم لسه ما اخذنا مكان وعندي على الساعه 5 بالغار رح يكون موقف محرج عن جد. انا بقول لك سلم عليك فعلا. ما انا ممكن تكون نافذه وقعت ثلث ساعه ونص ساعه. اذا قربت
تعالوا هون عن هون الكاميرا تكون هيك وانا بالنص حالي.
عليكم السلام. نعم. طيب. طب يعني رح سكر وبترجعوا بتطلبوني. الو. اوكي يلا. خلوا الاس ام جي بس بعد 10 دقايق.
كيف بلاش تفرط من فوق، بلاش تفرط عوض النور وزمان. إذا تقطعت العواميد فيها بتقف الظهر ولا هاي ما بتهل مش بتقفل فيها. أي وحدة هي اللي على الطرف إذا مستودع ولع تحت هذيك هندور. هذيك إذا ضربوه هلا مرة تانية بعد ما أعلنوا السيد إنه توفى إذا ضربوه.
هتكمل الله بيعلم، بس ربك بيعرف كيف هتكمل.
بس ما بدي بلش. مش من هون احلى؟ بس قرب زوم لاطلع والصوت يطلع منه. قرب لحده عاد. بس وقت الورقة هيك خلص وقف تصوير لأنه مش كله بس مبين. هلا ما تصور لا بلش حبيبي.
ستالينغراد تاني عندكم هون شيء؟ بدها تضل هي اللي تطلع عندها في غيره؟ ما في في شارجات تاني بس بيضل عندي الضوء.
عظم الله أجورنا وأجوركم في هذا المصاب الجلل. واسمحي لي أن أبدأ هذه الرسالة بهذه الكلمات عن أمين عام حزب الله من قلب الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت التي عشقها ولم يتركها ويترك أبناءها إلى أن أسلم روحه على نقابها، إلى سيد الشهداء على طريق القدس الأمين العام لحزب الله السيد حسن نصر الله، نقول إن القلب ليحزن وإن العين لتدمع وإن على فراقك يا حبيب قلوب المؤمنين لمحزونون، ولكن لا نقول إلا ما يرضي الله. إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. إذا أصدر حزب الله منذ قليل بيانا نعى فيه أمين عام حزب الله وقائد المقاومة الإسلامية وسيد انتصاراتها الذي ارتقى شهيدا قائدا على طريق القدس بالأمس في الغارة الإسرائيلية التي استهدفته في الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت. حول سؤالك كيف استقبل أهالي الضاحية الجنوبية لبيروت هذا النبأ، طبعا بالحزن والشجون والبكاء والدموع. منهم من لم يصدق أن أمين عام حزب الله وسيد المقاومة قد ارتقى إلى الرفيق الأعلى. طبعا الصورة كانت أبلغ من الكلام والدموع كانت أبلغ من الكلام كثيرا، ولكن منه الكثير قال أننا ماضونا على نهج السيد حسن نصر الله وماضونا على خط المقاومة.
هلا هي هلا نايبين هلا عنده مشكلة تحت الأرض يعني شو في بقلبي يا عدوان ولا المستقبل؟ ده من على الستيت كده يعني على الكفاءات؟ ضربوهم امبارح؟ كيف يعني على 4 الساعة 5 احنا عندنا بالحي هون منتظر الساعة 5 ما قربوا على المشكلة ما قربوا على المشكلة هون المشكلة ما طلعش منه شيء خلص اخذوا المدينة يلا بالنسبة لنا خلص هدف البرد يحقق صدق له يومين ويلعب معهوش اطفيات هتقدر تطفي انا شوف بقلبه المستقبل حتى عم بيعسك
ده بقلبه شو اسمه ما بتجيب بويه للسياره جايب قلبه البويه كلها بتهدى بالمصنع تمام هذا من جايبين الستيت كده لحد
لسه واحد
الجزء اللي كله
مظبوط مظبوط
ما في تبع البويه هذا كله اللي عملوه لعوه
في ضرب البنايه
لا عم تدخن من ميل لميل هذا مستودع كبير
لا بتعرفها بس ما فيها بشر
هو ضرب البنايه قلب البنايه عمول على البويه هذا دغري دغري الكوره
Gabriel, come over here, please. You can do the footage from here. It's much better than to go to all
It's much better.
It's okay for you.
How much kilo? I used to work with the govt. What is it with you? You are everywhere in Lebanon. Huh? What's up with the Lebanon?
الو ايه لا اسلم على انه
ولا ورا
الله يشوف يا بابا شوف كده يمشي على
sør Beirut da, og da har vi en skikkelig utsikt ned mot Beirut og der det brenner, for å si det slik.
تواصل أعمالها وطبعا يعني قد تحتاج إلى أيام لإنهاء هذه العمليات، خاصة أنه نشوف التجربة السابقة في المباني التي تم استهدافها في أوقات سابقة في الضاحية الجنوبية استغرقت ساعات طويلة للانتهاء من عمليات رفع الأنقاض، ومثال على ذلك المبنى الذي استهدف في بئر العبد يعني اللي أخذ أكثر من 24 ساعة للانتهاء من العمليات في عمليات الإنقاذ في داخله أو رفع الأنقاض وانتشال الجثث يعني هون يعني كانت هذه العملية بحسب ما تصفها مصادر ميدانية تعلم بالأرض هناك في تلك المنطقة في حالة إحراج إنه هي عملية معقدة، لأنه هون عم نحكي كما سبق وذكرنا عن مجمع مؤلف من ست مباني، إضافة أيضا إلى عشرات الطبقات، يعني هناك أو إذا ما فينا نقول عشرات يعني من عدة طبقات فوق الأرض وتحت الأرض، يعني هون نتحدث عن ربما 14 طابق تحت الأرض، بس هذا الشيء كمان ما نقدر نأكده إذا كان تحديدا 14 أو أقل بقليل، لأنه يعني طبعا هذا الأمر هو محاط بالسرية المطلقة، لأنه هذا كان بشكل مربع أمني لحزب الله، ولكن ما هو مؤكد أنه في طبقات تحت الأرض إضافة إلى طبقات فوق الأرض، وهذا الأمر الذي صعب عملية انتشال الجثامين والإعلان عن استشهاد الأمين العام لحزب الله السيد حسن نصر الله، ويعني الإعلان عنه منذ بعض الوقت بعد مرور ساعات على هذه العملية الاغتيال. هلا اليوم السؤال الذي يطرح أنه كيف تم الإعلان أو كيف تم العثور على جثمان السيد نصر الله على الرغم من كل التعقيدات الميدانية، التعقيدات الحاصلة في تلك المنطقة أيضا في ضوء كل العمليات السابقة التي استغرقت أوقات أكثر لرفع الأنقاض والكشف على الجثمانية؟ هذا السؤال يطرح. تؤكد مصادر ميدانية أيضا مطلعة على الأرض هناك أنه ما حصل مع الأمين العام أو كيفية العثور على الأمين العام هي حصلت يعني بنتيجة تدخلات بين المباني وطريقة معينة في هندسة هذه المباني أوصلت إلى العثور على جثمان السيد نصر الله. وبالتالي يعني كل ما يتم طرحه أنه كيف تم التوصل إلى جثمانه بالوقت اللي لا تزال الأعمال مستمرة ونحن عم نحكي عن عشرات الطوابق فوق بعضها، تقول المصادر أنه هناك تدخلات معينة وتشبيكات معينة بالمباني أدت إلى يعني أوصلت إلى جثمان السيد نصر الله. هنا في الضاحية الجنوبية أو على مشارف الضاحية الجنوبية الوضع هو هادئ نسبيا منذ الغارة اللي استهدفت نقطة مواجهة هنا. الجيش يعني آخر استهداف كان منذ حوالي الساعتين تقريبا أو أكثر بقليل. الجيش الإسرائيلي كان أكد أنه السلاح الجوي الحربي الإسرائيلي كان نفذ عمليتين اغتيال في بيروت اليوم. نحن يعني حملنا هذا السؤال إلى الأجهزة اللبنانية الأمنية اللبنانية. ليس هناك من معلومات لدى الأجهزة الأمنية اللبنانية عن هذه الاغتيالات التي تحدث عنها الإسرائيلي، مع الإشارة إلى أن الجيش الإسرائيلي عادة يعني يعلن عن الشخصيات التي يقوم باغتيالها، ولكن حتى هذه اللحظة ما صدر بعد أي تسمية أو لم ترشح أسماء عن تبني اغتيال شخصية معينة في حزب الله أو في أي فصيل ممكن أن يكون يعني هدف في هذه الحرب الدائرة منذ بدء معركة طوفان الأقصى. كل ما صدر عن الجيش الإسرائيلي إنه في عمليتين اغتيال نجحوا في بيروت بحسب إعلان الجيش الإسرائيلي. في هذه الأثناء عم نشوف بعد إنه الدخان يتصاعد في محيط في أصوات، بس نحن عم نتأكد يعني هذا نوع الأصوات شو هو، ولكن عفوا يعني عم نشوف هذا الدخان اللي هو يتصاعد في الضاحية الجنوبية تحديدا في هذه النقطة اللي عم نشوفها هي لجهة الليلكي كفاءات الليلكي. هذا الدخان المتصاعد هو لا يزال يتصاعد بشكل متواصل منذ يوم أمس، منذ وقوع الغارة الإسرائيلية على هذه النقطة، ولكن هو يتفاعل يعني كل فترة وفترة عم يرجع بيتفاعل. يعني في فترة الصباح كانت أخف هذه السحب الدخانية لأنه كانت حصلت عمليات عمليات الدفاع المدني، تدخل الدفاع المدني، ولكن الدفاع المدني اضطر إلى إخلاء هذه المنطقة نتيجة الوضع الدقيق والتهديدات الإسرائيلية، وبالتالي لم يتمكن من تبريد هذه المنطقة. أخمد النيران ولكن عمليات التبريد لم تحصل، لم تنتهي، وبالتالي هذا الأمر عم بيؤدي طيلة هذا النهار إلى عودة هذه السقوط الدخانية وتفاعلها لأكثر من عامل. أولا ربما يكون هناك بعض المواد القابلة للاشتعال داخل هذا المبنى، إضافة أيضا إلى عوامل المناخ، لأنه هون يثبت يعني الحرارة مرتفعة، وبالتالي هذا الأمر قد يكون عامل مساعد على إعادة اشتعال أو إلى إلى تفاعل هذه المواد اللي تحترق نتيجة الغارة الإسرائيلية التي حصلت يوم أمس. بالمقابل أيضا لجهة الشويفات كمان بعد الحرائق أو بعد السحب الدخانية، ولكن مش بنفس الحجم اللي عم تتفاعل فيه هون بنقطة الكفاءات الليلكي، الكفاءات يعني التي القريبة من الكفاءات وهي أكثر باتجاه الليلكي. إذا يعني القصف الإسرائيلي طال أكثر من نقطة يوم أمس. يعني ليلة أمس كانت ليلة مرعبة بحسب ما يوصفها سكان الضاحية الجنوبية اللي كانوا بعدهم موجودين داخل منازلهم وفي منطقتهم، مع التذكير بأنه الضاحية يعني كانت قد خلت من كثير من سكانها بعد النزوح الكثير اللي شهدته المنطقة نتيجة التهديدات الإسرائيلية خلال الأيام السابقة. ولكن على الرغم نعم يثبت
المبنى اللي هو موجود لناحيه السانترات. هذا المبنى طلب من فوج اطفاء بيروت نتيجه تواصل المحافظ بيروت، لانه محافظ بيروت هو اللي يتبع له فوج اطفاء بيروت. تواصل رئيس اتحاد بلديات الضاحيه مع المحافظ مروان عبود، وصلنا كثير نتيجه هذا التواصل من فوج اطفاء بيروت للمساعده على اثناء الحريق في منطقه السانترات. توجه فريق فوج اطفاء بيروت الى المنطقه لاثناء هذا الحريق، ولكن اثناء تواجد الفريق انهار المبنى اللي احد المباني اللي كان فيه محيط المكان المستهدف. في هذا الامر اضطر فوج الاطفاء الى المبادره، وبالتالي يعني عم نشوف يثبت انه التدخل عم بيكون لما عم بيكون في خطوره قصوى، ولكن انه بمجرد ما يكون في حريق فقط يعني الاساس والاولويه هي لسلامه فرق الاسعاف وفرق الاطفاء. وهون بدنا نذكر انه حادثه السانترات او العمليه الامنيه اللي حصلت في السانترات هي استهداف لمربع مؤلف من 3 مباني. هو هذا كان الهدف الاساسي، تم اسقاطه بواسطه غاره اسرائيليه. هذا المبنى اللي تم استهدافه ونتيجه الصاروخ الذي سقط هناك، اولا حدثت تفجير كبير بالارض. الامر الثاني هو انه النيران وصلت الى احد المصانع او مخازن الكرتون اللي هو محيط بهذا المجمع. تمدد النيران من الكرتون ادت الى تصدعات في مبنى كان مقابل بشقة داخل البناية. تبين حسب المعطيات الأمنية أن هذه الشقة هي مكتب أو مقر لحزب الله تم استهدافها. المعلومات الأمنية لا تفيد حتى اللحظة إنه هيدي كانت عملية اغتيال، ولكن هذا الأمر هذه العملية حصلت بواسطة مسيرة وليس بواسطة طيران حربي، وأدت بحسب أيضا العميد خطار بنتيجة تدخل فرق الدفاع المدني أو فريق الدفاع المدني تم انتشال يعني، ولكن ما بقدر نعرف إذا هو مجموع كل الجرحى والشهداء. هذه هي الأرقام الخاصة بالدفاع المدني.
بس طلعت ضربة قوية.
في أرقام أخرى بتكون بعقد الجهات اللي احنا مثلا
طب وين طلعت؟
عن استشهاد حالة من الغليان هون في المنطقة. في عدد من المسلمين اللي هم موجودين كلنا نحن كلنا موجودين بمعبر، وفي عدد من المسلمين اللبنانيين اللي هم نزحوا من الضاحية الجنوبية كانوا موجودين هون على طريق العام وحول إعلان استشهاد السيد. كان في سيدة بدأت في الصراخ والتنديد برئيس الحكومة الإسرائيلية بنيامين نتنياهو، بالتنديد حتى بقضية غزة اليوم وبالحرب القائمة بغزة وبحركة حماس، لأنه اعتبرت أنه كل هذا الأمر هو نتيجة هذه المعركة اللي أدت إلى استشهاد السيد نصر الله. في المقابل كان في رجل آخر كان موجود هون في أيضا قربنا وكان يدرس الدموع على السيد نصر الله. صحفيين زملاء كانوا متواجدين اللي ورا واضحة
ضرب شديد
سوري. وين طلعت؟
بس بدي اشير لموضوع اساسي.
هاي جديدة.
هاي على الكفاءات.
هاي النصانية؟
هاي على الكفاءات.
وين؟
هاي أول وحدة هون.
وطي ايدك.
ليه مش عم تسمعهم؟ أنا عم بصيح لك.
لا لا أغمية كثير. خلاص قطشتي؟
رح يرجع عود.
1 2 3 4.
هوديك قدامه.
1 2 3 4. هي الجديدة الرابعة.
هاي جديدة.
هاي الأولانية؟
لا جديدة.
هاي قلم من امبارح.
هاي من امبارح.
يا
هيدي اسمعني يا هيدي الثانية.
يا آخر وحدة هون.
بتشوفها؟
يعني يا آخر وحدة ورا يا آخر وحدة هون. بس بعتقد آخر وحدة ورا.
أنا
عم تضرب بعضه.
هي أنا كنت عم بعمل زوم عليها من شوي.
ما كان في دخانين بس.
آخر وحدة ضربت. ليك بعدها تطلع عليك الدخنة جديد تطلع. شفتها؟ دخنة جديدة يا أخي. لا بس انه مبين دخنة جديدة ولا قديمة. آخر وحدة بعيدة.
ما بينه عروض.
لا بس لا شوفها. صوب وين ما بعرف. ايش هاي؟ اللي طريق المطار اللي ورا هيك خلطت الدخنة بين بعض. شفت؟ عندك يا هي اخر واحدة بس انا ما اظن. لا هون برج على البرج. لا هذا شيء بدنا يهدد البعض. بعد سألنا عنه ماشي. ما بقى سألنا عن شيء يموتوا بدي يعيشوا ما بقى فراني هون. هي ايش ضربة
وين؟
هاي بوجهك. ايه بوجهك. وين ضربت؟ هي بوجهك بين البنايات. لك هي بس وين؟
وكحي بالنص.
عم لك وين بالضبط قصده
ما بعرف انا وقفت على الثاني. هيدا وين؟ هيدا وين؟
شوي فات الحدث. يعني بدك تحكي بين
ضرب كبير
اتفاقات؟
ضرب كبير ها؟ لا
إذا نزلنا من هون
وين
اتفاقات؟
هلا ببعث لك واتساب.
هيك سيارة مدنية نازلة كمان هلا بهالحشرة.
ايه بدي
ايه خلينا نحل مع بعض.
هاي عندك شو؟
وين؟
فوق حتى على العنصرية لفوق. كلهم معي. ايه ما عندنا دم الباب. عليلك يا عليلك يا اخي. وين سنترات؟ وين تضرب هيك على فكرة. سمع الصوت هيك. عم تضرب ورا هيدا الجبل دغري. بس ضربة كبيرة.
الله.
بس ضربة كبيرة. مار حد البلد.
الو ايه طلعونا.
عندك هيك فقط تمام. هاي محل ما في المستودع البويا عم يولع. هاي الليلكي فيها اطراف. ايوه هيك الجامع وين؟ شفت الجامع؟ هذا خط واحد لتحت. هذا جامع العسكر، جامع العصر والزمن. بضلك نازل خط واحد على الضرب.
وين هو الجامع؟
هذا الجامع. شوف هون شفته؟
ايه
تمشي على خطه لتحت هو على الليلك.
في ضرب واحد
عم تحكي عم تحت العصر اي شيء. ايوه انا مش عم بشعر عم بركز. ايوه
ضرب واحدة ولا اثنين؟ ضرب واحدة اكيد.
لا تحت. ايوه عمال
في بعضهم.
شو هذا جامع العصر والزمن؟ ايه روح توقع شوي. عليلك بس على الزوم. ما عليك الزوم. شوفي بس هذا الجامع في فرن شمسية مات. وفي نوزل
عندنا العم حسام ابو عجيب ما عندنا
جالس سقف دايلك إذا حدا يحكي كفى تليفون عنده انترنت
يسبق يعني منذ دقائق قليلة أغار الطيران الإسرائيلي على منطقة الليلكي وحصل يعني تأكيد أبناء المنطقة أحد المنطقة اللي هو موجود هون أكد إنه هذه النقطة المستمرة هي الليلكي يعني تحديدا
أنت وين هلا؟
هو الهدف ما في معلومات مؤكدة
يلا بسرعة
ضرب أحد أفران الجزء ولكن الهدف المحدد اللي تم ضربه بواسطة غارة إسرائيلية سمع يعني صوت صاروخين أو ضربت بهذه الغارة الإسرائيلية ولكن يعني كمان ما كان أكيد إذا كان صاروخين أو أكثر وكان في يعني ممكن يكون أحد الأصوات متردد لإطلاق الصاروخ كمان بالوقت نفسه يعني عم نشوف إنه في اتجاه دبي. ولكن يعني طبعا بدنا هون نرجع نذكر ونطمئن اللبنانيين انه مطار بيروت بعده حتى هذه اللحظه سالم من الاعتداءات الاسرائيليه، وفي احدى هذه الطائرات كانت طائره لبنانيه غادرت الاجواء اللبنانيه او هي لا تزال موجوده في الاجواء اللبنانيه ولكن غادرت انطلقت من مطار رفيق الحريري الدولي.
ايه وسام الحمد لله. تلة منظمية.
ايه ما نحن هون فوق بعضنا.
لا على التلة فوق، بس إذا بدك تبعت كاميرا ما في محل، يعني صعب كثير. لا يجي يجرب حظه.
تضرب هيك النار على الجبل، تضرب هيك.
اوكي ماشي، ببعث لك لوكيشن.
صح؟ عم تضرب هيك.
يلا بقول.
هذا العصر وين تحت هون المفروض مش اللي قدام الباب ضرب بناء لحد مش هذا اللي عليه بتاعه صح. تنزل من زون ما في عندك الكوع على الشجرات هون مبينين اللي تحت شفتهم؟ شفت هون داخل شجره مبينه. هذا شفت لوتس شفت كيف؟ هي شفت لوتس بيتنا دغري اللي جنبه الشجره مغطي بيتنا. تعال شوف تعال شوف اللي بناء لحدنا الثالث. يلا جاي افران شميت بالضبط. تعال شوف مستودعات بالنسبه للتخييم بقى. شفت هون شجرات هون على البنايه على البنايه. هيدي البنايه قدامها دغري هذا الشجر. شفت هذا الشجر اللي هون هذا مغطي هون. هاي البنايه اللي طالع منه القطاطف هيدي افران شميس. قدامه دغري قدامه ثلاث بنايتين. بدك تعد ثلاث بنايات وعايدك الشمال عربي. بعد لا بنايتين بعيدة بنايتين بنايتين بنايتنا وبناية اللي حد قبل الجسر مش تبع فوق الليلة فوق طلع على الحلقة هون. هو هاي البناية اللي حد صوت طيران احمد ولا بالجنب. سما صح ايه شغاله كاميرات. قال له شوف وش صار. اكيد وعامل كل اللي عم يفتح اكيد. تحت الدرج طفيته عند كله. هي طفت تطلع الضيعة ميتة. اسطورة. سيارة عندك البيت لحالك يعني. سيارة السجارات عندنا. ايام لك السجارات وين؟ قدامه ده شكل القدس دغري. هلا بعده جايين فتح قدام القدس قدام. وين فرنش العاصمة؟ ايه بيبو. قلبين وعجبين العاصمة. قدامه هاي ما في المعمل القديم تبع قابس؟ هو هذا ضربوه. والله ما زال حمام هيك حاطين غارة على سوق حي السلم. هذا سوق حي السلم. ضربوا الليلة. ايام الليلة. هلا حطوا غارة على السلم. وخص حيسلم حيسلم وينك وين على جنب المطار.
شو يا حزوم حبيبي كيف مالك؟ شو صار معنا؟ ايه ساعة رح يجي حدا. نرجع نراك.
سلامات.
تسمع صوت الصاروخ ما في بقى عنا بعيد تسمع صوت الصاروخ عرف انه عنا طلعون بلوك على القديم. ما بتعرف ما حدا بيعرف ما بتعرف ما حدا بيعرف شيء اللي عم بيعمل
على الله على الله
علم اللي عم يعمل ما في حدا غيره عم يعمل العالم كلها هو وصدام ضربه اخر شيء بيقولوا لك عم يعمل هيك هي مش عارف وانا
وين بالضبط؟ حد وين زين الدين؟
عن الضاحية ما هيك حق
كنت عم بتحمم بالبير
هذا طفل كمان
ما سمعتوه؟
بلا حي السوري مش
هاي اسمع بقول لك كنت عم بتحمم انا انا ونزل
لا الليلة كان السنة
ضربوا غارة بأربع
قلت لك ليلة بدي ضوء نارين حبيبي
وراي ما في شيء متأكد هاي اللي ضربوها هلا
أنا ما عم بسمع أخبار
راح السيد شو بدك تتأسم شو بدك تتأسم لا حتى المنطقة عندهم خطة
Look, I don't know, like, this is for the alam, at the sea, I don't know there. So,
Hi.
you need to come early.
Where do you want to put it?
From Turkey,
Where's the strap on? How big is it?
Sorry?
Where's the strap on? How big is it?
Same camera.
Like this or smaller?
Yeah, like this, but just... Look, if you want, like, just try to put it here. Yeah.
Maybe you can put it on a lower aspect. Maybe you can put it lower or you can put it wider. The only thing is put it here. They're going to take live.
Maybe here or other side, if you...
So these are my cameras too here. And I'm going to be moving between them. 18.
ماما يبين انت مع الشباب مع اصدقائنا الاعزاء يعني
مين؟ فادي زيكو بس حسن حبيبي حسن
نمبر 1 بلاقي حسن عمار والملا وزيكو
No, this is for LBC.
وابي ابي كانت معنا بالجريده وراحت دوران رجل اهلا from Lebanon.
شو
ايه سلام احمد، يلا انا صرت جاهز.
لا بدك توقف هيك لانه صارت الشمس بوجهك
كثير قوي.
لا ما تبرم جلد جسمك
زي هيك الارض، شايف هيك بدي يميل.
يلا جرب قد ما فيك. لا خليك هيك، صارت الشمس كثير قويه بوجهك.
الو الو، ايه احمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.